Yep. Yep. On to the next one. Ay. Yeah, another blessing. Abba. Let me fix something. Let me tell you something, brother. Let me tell you something, brother. Time to go to work, time to go car wash. The car is super dirty. Good morning, everybody.
20 in now at the GWB and southbound outbound from the crosswalk. Lincoln and Holland 5.
Sunday, happy Sunday.
Our next report that's coming up at 11:51.
Sunday, April 7, 2024.
Since Hamas attacked Israel, killing 1,200 people, kidnapping about 250 others, over 100 hostages are still not free. That includes 8 Americans. A new round of ceasefire talks are set to begin. In a major update today, the Israeli military has begun pulling its troops from southern Gaza.
Only one brigade remains there, tasked with securing the corridor that divides Israel. A spokesman for Israeli Defense Forces, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner, said the war was not over.
The military campaign is continuously evolving, and this is just another stage in the war effort. We completed our mission in Khan Yunis, in the Khan Yunis area, so then the troops rotate out, and we have other troops that are operating elsewhere.
Emily Thomas reporting here.
No.
Also on this 6-month milestone, a rally today outside of the UN, families of the hostages calling for their immediate release. Sean Granado, founder of the Hostages Family Forum here in New York, telling Clinton Wynn about Louis Parr, who was rescued after 129 days in captivity.
She was 70 years old and came to New York in order for the world to kind of open their eyes and ears and understand what
No music.
and how important it is to save all the
News all day.
That rally just minutes away, 12 noon in front of the United Nations. Ceasefire negotiations also set to resume today in Egypt between the U.S., Qatar, and Israel. Quake watch continues since Friday's 4.8 magnitude earthquake that shook parts of New Jersey and New York. We were shaken. We weren't quite stirred.
Earthquake.
About some of the damage sustained to a public school in East New York, Magnet Middle School JHS 218, and the School for Classics High School. The buildings themselves are safe to be used, but the gym of the building at 370 Fountain Avenue is now off limits. There were cracks found that were split down the interior walls of that portion of the gymnasium. Also found a building at the building at 1915 Billington Terrace up in the Bronx. That may sound familiar to you. That is the same building up in Morris Heights that had a partial collapse back in December of 2023. Makes sense they're going to be looking very carefully at that. With news time 11:45, sports with Pete McCarthy. Well, the Yankees are off to their best start in 20 years. They'll try to win another series this afternoon. Hosting Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and the Blue Jays again. You can expect a true Bronx welcome for Guerrero, who shushed the Yankee Stadium crowd after homering, trailing by 6 runs last night. Game time 1:35 here on WFAN. The Mets trying to win a series as well. They are in Cincinnati. Delvin Ayers looks to be a real find for them. He was outstanding in his debut last week, tossing 6 one-hit innings. But Ayers will be charged with shutting down the Reds' offense. First pitch at 1:40 on WCBS 880. The struggling Knicks are in Milwaukee, taking on a Bucks team that is also trying to find its footing. 7 o'clock tip there. The Nets are hosting the Kings at 7:30. Hear that on WFAN. On the ice, the Rangers continue their march to a first-place finish. They take on the Canadiens at the Garden. The Devils are facing the Predators at the Rock. Both of those games starting at 7. And Iowa's Caitlin Clark is trying to cement her status as one of the best to ever do it in women's college basketball. Clark fell 1 win shy of the title last year. She gets a second shot today. Be the team that could go down as one of the best ever.
You know, we know what South Carolina brings to the table. We know we're going to have our hands full. But the national championship is the last game of my career. It's the last game for 5 people on this team. So I don't think motivation will be hard to come by.
South Carolina perfect 37-0 this season. That game starts at 3 o'clock. Steve McCarthy, Central Wind Sports on 92.3 FM. Back wins Tuesday 11:47. If you stayed up late to see if you became a billionaire in the Powerball last night, you were doubly disappointed. First, there was no drawing when it was supposed to be. The states that participated had some sort of issue. They weren't able to pass the auditing procedure.
The Powerball lottery takes pride in the strict standards of this game, and our rules require that the drawing be delayed until we can ensure that all game procedures have been successfully completed.
Yada. Somebody screwed up somewhere, but by 2:30 this morning, they got their act together.
This is Powerball. Hello, America. Thank you for your patience.
And here's double disappointment. One ticket was sold that matched all the numbers for that $1 billion plus jackpot. And it was nowhere near us. It was in Oregon. There were 7 $1 million winners, but none of them were from New York, New Jersey, or Connecticut. Of course, there were smaller prizes, so maybe you got something. So check your ticket. Numbers were 22, 27, 44, 52, 69, and the Powerball was 9. Well, it's just about here, the once-in-a-lifetime experience. We've been talking about it. We're talking Eclipse Monday.
The solar eclipse will sweep across the U.S. from Texas to Maine, passing through several major cities, including Dallas, Little Rock, Indianapolis, Cleveland, Buffalo, and Burlington, Vermont. The path of totality is approximately 115 miles wide, and over half of the country's population lives within 250 miles of it.
There's something that kind of hits you at the heart. It's just not only a scientific phenomenon, but an emotional one as well.
Dan Schneiderman is with the Rochester Museum and Science Center in New York. The next total solar eclipse visible in the U.S. won't happen until August 12th, 2045.
Correspondent Jim Crisula, when it comes to the finances of the eclipse, a lot of towns doing things that are in that path of full totality. So the hotels, businesses.
No way to
what
the
about
car
Bonnie
wash.
Tyler? She's going to be making some extra bang. 1983 song, the #1 song added to user playlists on Spotify this week. There are solar eclipse viewing parties happening in the city. Check them out at places like the New York Hall of Science, the Intrepid, Brooklyn Botanic Garden, American Museum of Natural History as well.
Good morning, LHM, good morning, Sally Scorpio, Robinson Lopez, happy Sunday, happy Sunday. On to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one. Car wash, let me clean the car, number 1, clean the car. Donate your car today, Sally. You have a car, Sally, donate your car today.
Getting you the factory front from Jack
Car wash is on the way.
Injury case. My compassion for clients embodies my personal injury practice. I am Mikhail Yadura, personal injury attorney. Call me 718-333-0812. Wednesday time 11:51. Traffic transit taken away, Jody Vale.
You know, it's one of those days where you don't know where to start. It's all connected. So it's a tough time on the roadways this morning. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels, because they're pretty tough. We've got this crash on the Verrazano upper level eastbound Staten Island to the center span. The two left lanes are jammed up with that crash, and we're seeing those delays going back to the eastbound Staten Island Expressway around Clove Road and Building. Still clearing out a crash. Bronx Manhattan bound RFC Triborough. We're seeing those heavy jams, Randall's Island up to the Deacon, up to the 230s in the stadium. The Bruckner's pretty busy now too. Southbound Harlem River Drive.
Yep.
Front of it, the slow go off the bridge, and we're looking at those delays on the Deacon now around the stadium for the game. So yeah, give yourself extra time. Hudson Crossing, inbound George now a 15 and 20-minute wait. Outbound the same from the very jammed Cross Bronx. And in Lincoln and Holland, we're looking at 10 to 13. Let's take a look at the East River crossing.
Yep.
All right, it's jammed. Brooklyn Bridge, Queens Midtown Tunnel in Manhattan. That's going to be a slow go. Brooklyn Battery, that's picking up a lot of volume now because the Kiwanis CQE combo is awful. The team is operating up to the top. That's a 12-1. 10-10 wins and 92 for the down. Looks like the British side is 0.
דיוויד הפסוק, דיוויד, אנחנו לא עושים פה חסויות לאנשים חינם. דיוויד.
No, just I know because I don't want car to be behind me. Leave it until I get in. Just until see exterior.
שלום לכם, ערב טוב, שלום לדני קושמרו בכיכר החטופים. אנחנו ביום ה-200 למלחמה. יום מאוד קשה גם בוושינגטון, גם בבית הלבן וגם בכיכר החטופים. אנחנו עם הכתבים, עם הפרשנים שנמצאים ברחבי הארץ. בעוד כמה דקות תתחיל ההצהרה של ראש הממשלה נתניהו ושל נשיא המדינה יצחק הרצוג. מיד אנחנו נדבר גם על הפיגוע הירי הזה שהיה בירושלים. כמו שאנחנו איתך מיד, אנחנו נהיה איתך, אבל לפני שאנחנו מתחילים הדברים האלה, אנחנו יוצאים להפסקה מהחוזרים. שם נמצאים ראש הממשלה, נשיא המדינה והרמטכ"ל. בשעה 9 בערב תשמע אזעקה בכל רחבי הארץ. אנחנו נדבר גם על הפיגוע הזה בירושלים וגם דברים האלה בין היתר.
You can close the trunk.
צה"ל, בעזה, ישראל מרת הערב, אנחנו במלחמה, יש היערכות מוקדמת.
Neutral.
Go neutral.
כנראה זה הוט שמאלנית, אנחנו נדבר. שלום רב לכם, שלום לדני קושמרו שנמצא בכיכר החטופים. אנחנו ביום ה-98 למלחמה. לצידי כאן באולפן הצוות שאתם נמצא איתנו כאן ערב וגם ארבע סגילת בכיר לשעבר במערכת הביטחון הישראלית, גם כמובן נמצא איתנו כאן בצד השני של האולפן עמוס ידלין. תודה שבאת הערב לאולפן. מיד אנחנו נתחיל איתך, אבל לפני שאנחנו נתחיל עם הכל לכם אנחנו רוצים להפסיק גם
יש לי זיכרון קצר מאוד. גייז, טפ, אח שלי עמוס, תזכיר לי, אמא לא שומעת.
מה ביקשתי? Clean up.
50 degrees at 12 noon. I'm Bud Michigan. Here's what's happening. Today marks 6 months since the Hamas attack on Israel. Ceasefire negotiations have reportedly resumed in Cairo, and some Israeli troops have left southern Gaza. There's a cleanup going on in the Bronx River after the spill of 1,000 gallons of oil. Today is Tulip Day in New York. Head to Union Square and you will see a lot of tulips. If you don't pay your parking fine in the city, you might soon find a barnacle on your car. We will explain. And a Chicago Cubs fan gets several honors from the team for being 1 in a million. Sports. All eyes on Iowa and South Carolina playing for the women's NCAA hoops title this afternoon. The Yankees host the Jays, the Mets are in Cincinnati, the Knicks in Milwaukee, Nets host Sacramento, Rangers host Montreal, Devils host Nashville. News time 12:01. That's time for traffic and transit. And good afternoon to Jody Bell.
But we're heading to Queens. We're seeing plenty of jams. Flushing Meadows, crash, Grand Central being cleared westbound to the LIE. Well, 2 right lanes were blocked there. The LIE is just a slow go right now. So is the southbound Van Wyck as everyone tries to escape that way. A good option. Eastbound, that's a crash at Grand Central, blocking a lane at the Cross Island. Westbound is crawling too as everyone takes a look. And north and southbound Cross Island, also pretty horrible between the Bronx Neck and the LAE. The Limestone Expressway is busy, but the bridge is moving. In the Bronx, we're seeing a slow go in that construction zone. Eastbound Bruckner Expressway, northbound New England Thruway, the Hutch crawls to the Cross County from Orchard Beach. Westchester, not that bad on the New England Thruway and the Hutch, but in Connecticut, we're seeing a jam. Connecticut Turnpike southbound with a crash in Darien crawling from Route 7 in Norwalk. And northbound is jammed as everyone takes a look. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. Custom crossings 15 to 20 minutes in. At the GWB, the jam's almost back to the 80-95 split outbound 15 to 20 from the very slow Cross Bronx. We've got the game jams at the Deacon ramps to the stadium, Lincoln and Holland 10 to 15 apiece. Next report, that's at 12:11, 10:10 wins on 92.3 FM.
There are several updates on the war in Gaza and Israel on this day that marks 6 months since Hamas's attack on Israel. Egyptian news media reports that ceasefire negotiations have resumed in Cairo. They reportedly include CIA Director Bill Burns, plus delegations from Qatar and Israel. And Israel is withdrawing several of its troops from southern Gaza, specifically from the city of Khan Yunis. It appears now that an attack on the city of Rafah perhaps is not imminent. Here's correspondent Emily Thomas.
Only one brigade remains there, tasked with securing the corridor that divides the Strait. A spokesman for the Israeli Defense Forces, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner, said the war was not over.
The military campaign is continuously evolving, and this is just another stage in the war effort. We completed our mission in Khan Yunis, in the Khan Yunis area, so then the troops rotate out, and we have other troops that are operating elsewhere. More than 100 hostages remain in Gaza. A rally is being held today outside the UN with families of the hostages calling for their release. Shani Granot is co-founder of Hostages Family Forum in New York.
The right thing to do is to bring all the hostages back home now, yesterday basically. We just need to get all our loved ones back and to put this to an end.
Speakers at the rally will include a hostage who was released after 129 days in captivity, plus family members of hostages. It's news time, 12:04. A major cleanup is underway in the Bronx River. Con Ed says that 1,000 gallons of oil was accidentally spilled into the water. Con Ed says the 1,000 gallons of Con Ed transmission feeder in Yonkers last Monday. Cleanup crews were on site in Yonkers through the Bronx to try to prevent the spill from moving further south. Today is Tulip Day in New York. Some 200,000 flowers are expected to be installed in Union Square. Nadine Grindell is Director of Social Media at Darling Advertisements.
The 200 Tulip Memory Fishers anniversary of the first such gathering.
fascinating is that the North Island is over 400 years ago, and it symbolizes another 400 years of collaboration and friendship between the United States and the Netherlands.
Visitors can create their own bouquets of 10 tulips each until 3 p.m. today. Advanced tickets are sold out.
On to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one.
When we think of flowers this time of the year, we likely think of cherry blossoms. And Washington may still get top billing when it comes to cherry blossoms, but a walk through Branch Brook Park in Newark is really breathtaking. The Essex County Cherry Blossom Festival continues today. Officials say the park sustained no damage from Friday's earthquake. The Cherry Blossom Festival in Newark continues through April 14th, and it really is a beautiful sight to see. Quick check of AccuWeather this afternoon. Sun and clouds, a cool breeze at times, and a high of 58. Mainly clear tonight, low 41 in the city, 30s in most of the suburbs. Tomorrow, milder, sunshine. Overall, not bad viewing conditions expected for the solar eclipse, a high of 65.
Yep. Solar eclipse. Are you going to go watch it?
Well, let's try this again.
Why don't you go watch?
Partly cloudy. Although I guess if it's partly cloudy, it is partly cloudy. Getting warmer, high of 75, and it cools down on Wednesday with a shower.
Delivery.
Of 59. Wednesday's time, 12:06.
Yep.
Police say a man was stabbed on an A train, I should say, at the Lexington Avenue 53rd Street station just before 5 a.m. today. It's not clear if it was on the E train or on the platform. Victim was hospitalized. 3 male suspects fled on a Queens-bound train. Police in the Bronx were searching for a suspect accused of stealing from 20 pairs of sneakers. Police said the suspect walked into the backyard of a private residence last month.
Woke up.
And around 1:30 in the morning,
wake up.
from a shoe closet in the backyard. Meanwhile, in Jersey City, police say thieves made off with about $100,000 worth of collectible sneakers early Friday morning from a store called The Loop. Now, this is the store owner, Mars Shahada.
Yeah, it's just really gut-wrenching to get that call, you know. It's always sad when you're at home and you get a call by your business being robbed that way.
Another comment on EBC 7. The Loop was one of multiple locations involved in a string of thefts that occurred back in January at sneaker and clothing outlets in New York City, Long Island, and New Jersey. Wins News Time, 12:07.
It was a scary scene just before sunrise. 2 women were walking on Steinway Street when they were hit. The police say a young woman driving a Honda Sonata swerved into the sidewalk at 25th Avenue. The 2 pedestrians were mowed down, but they are expected to survive. The driver of the car was immediately taken into custody for suspected drunk driving. A blood alcohol test is pending. The victims were taken to Elmhurst Hospital in stable condition.
Yep.
Carol Diori, 1010 Win.
Who's in the building?
FM in Queens.
Is anybody in the building?
12:07. If you don't pay the fine for a parking ticket in New York City, you might find a barnacle on your car.
My dear love, sunshine.
Let me explain here. And yes, they look like a barnacle. It will remain there until the scofflaw pays the ticket on illegally parked trucks. Unlike the boot on the wheel, this device blocks drivers' views. It's rather hard to move. It attaches the glass with 1,000 pounds of force. Another body has been recovered in the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. Authorities say the body has been identified as 38-year-old Maynard Yassir Suazo Sandoval. The body was located yesterday morning at around 10:30. Bodies of 3 more workers have yet to be found. Meanwhile, 2 of the Ravens and the Orioles.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine.
To a fund for those impacted by the collapse of the bridge.
We love you long time,
sunshine. Workers, small businesses,
my dear love, sunshine. Sunshine. The rain, not in the building. Sunshine in the building.
Sell your home once.
Are you gonna watch the eclipse today, sunshine? Today or tomorrow? Tomorrow.
7405. Good time, 12:09.
Tomorrow, 3 o'clock, solar eclipse.
Car accident, motorcycle accident.
Wear your 3D glasses.
Just ahead, pick up Lexi on the right.
Injury attorney, Alexander Griffin. I am available 24 hours a day. 718-561-1111. Even if it's a
trip and fall, the number you should call.
718-561-1111.
Great Love Group. Great Love Group.
Don't miss.
Wear your glasses.
Personal injury attorney, Alexander Griffin.
You got the glasses, Davey. What's up?
1111.
Happy Sunday.
718-561.
Happy Sunday, everybody.
For a free.
Everybody gonna watch the eclipse tomorrow.
I'm available 24 hours a day. 718-561-1111.
right.
Yo, Lexi, I'm in the building. Lexi, I'm over here now. Is that Lexi? 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 Well,
Head to your drop off at 135 Coffee Street.
Coffee Street. Good place to get your coffee. Let's go to Coffee Street in Brooklyn. Brooklyn is next.
Let's take 11th Avenue, West Street, QL Carey Tunnel, Manhattan. This is the fastest route with toll. Toll-free route is 6 minutes slower. In 400 feet, turn left on 8th Avenue. Then turn left. Turn left on 8th Avenue. Then turn left on West 39th Street. Those jams going back to White Plains Road. Then we have the Yankee Stadium jam, vegan rounds to the stadium. Lincoln and Holland, we're looking at 10:15 inbound. Here in town, crash clearing, but crash cleared, I should say. Still jammed out on the Manhattan-bound RSC Triborough. Heavy delays from Randall Island to Beacon and Rockner. And also on the east side, getting planned southbound Harlem River Drive and the FDR between the bridge and 106th Street. Next reports at 12:21. Thanks everyone for 92.3 FM. Turn left on West 39th Street.
A little bit of a cool breeze. We're heading up to high 58 degrees with times of cloud and some sun. And if you are out and about, maybe heading out to the Yankees game with a sunscreen, even though it's cool out there, you can get a pretty nasty sunburn this time of the year. Heading here to tonight, mainly clear, low 41 of the city.
Unknown caller.
Tomorrow, turning milder, early sun. Giving way to some clouds midday, early afternoon. Though still looking like fair viewing conditions.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
שלום, אבנר.
כן, שלום.
מדבר איתמר מ-011 גלובל, ניסית ליצור איתם קשר?
כן, הכל בסדר, סידרו לי, כי לא עבד לי הטקסט, לא... היה צריך לסדר את התשלומים, הכל בסדר, ברוך השם.
אוקיי, אחלה.
שיהיה לכם שבוע טוב.
תודה רבה, גם לך.
טייק קר.
ביי ביי.
כפתור האדום זה לסגור.
2.6 miles. Stay to the left to exit 2 QL Carry Tunnel to I-2.
young now and let us help you get the best result possible. Results don't predict future outcomes. Manhattan, Long Island. Wouldn't it be great if life came with remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp nest. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but pre-diabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can stop pre-diabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take a 1-minute test today at UIHprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Association of Pre-Diabetes Prevention.
Celebrated infrastructure projects in New York City, like the rebuild of the World Trade Center and the new LaGuardia Airport. Local 731 provides qualified and competent laborers to fill the demand that the construction industry not only requires, but deserves. Its members and leadership have fought hard for wages and benefits that open the path to the middle class that every hardworking American deserves. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power.
Coming up, lots of sports betting this weekend with the NCAA tournament and women's making it a very difficult weekend for compulsive gaming. Founder and chairman of North American Hearts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairMoney.com, an appliance and HVAC smart solution company that's grown into a international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has made tremendous results in higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairMoney.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com. Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK. And check the forecast. Times, high 58, mainly clear. Tonight, low of 41 in the city, 30s in most of the burbs. Tomorrow, mild. Good viewing conditions for the eclipse and a high of 65. Good afternoon, I'm Beth Michigan. Wednesday's time at the Tone, 12:30.
Good afternoon, I am Stephanie Officer. This weekend's men's and women's Final Four is one of sports betting's busiest weekends of the year. This also presents a problem for compulsive gamblers.
Arnie Wexler calls himself a recovering gambler. His last bet, 1968. He says the preponderance of online sports betting and advertising has brought down the age of compulsive gamblers.
So one place in Chicago where the kids tell the parents, I can't go back to school, I'll be an outcast, I'm the only one left here.
Americans are expected to bet in the neighborhood of $3 billion by the time March Madness ends. The gamblers looking for during the shiver this past week, I saw Liebman's book,
Turn left on Columbia Street.
Discovering the Beauty of the Sabbath. In it, he describes walking 5 miles on a rainy Friday evening while a Secret Service agent rode next to him, since the center would not ride on the Sabbath. That was Joe Liebman, a person who stood
In 900 feet,
for his country,
turn right on Lorraine
and his
Street.
family. May God bless him, for he blessed us. This is Rabbi Joseph Potasnik of the New York Board of Rabbis.
Flames News Time 12:38. Now 1010 Wins Entertainment News. Ooh, I spared you. I fought that urge to sing that note. Molly Ringwald, star of the 1985 hit The Breakfast Club, says she has only rewatched the movie with her 21-year-old daughter recently. Realized some of it didn't age too well. Of course, Ringwald played Claire Standish, or Princess. She was one of 5 disparate school kids grouped together.
Turn right on Lorraine Street.
Stints in the John Hughes flick. It co-starred Judd Nelson, Emilio Estevez, Paul Beeson. Ringwald pointed out Judd Nelson's character, John Bender, essentially sexually harassed her character. Ringwald said she's glad they're able to look at
In
it
900
now
feet,
and say
turn
things
left on
aren't
Richard Street.
Breakfast Club was one of the biggest movies of that era, made $51 million at the box office from a $1 million budget, and introduced us to what will become known as the Rat Pack. Entertainment news is 38 past each and every hour, right here on 1010 Wins. This news time, 12:39. Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get
Turn
started
left
with
on
their
Richard
ideas.
Street.
We have representatives nationwide who explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured for InventHelp battery processing.
In 700 feet, turn right on Van Dyke Street.
Materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp database includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today. Call us for free information at 1-800-460-3495.
Turn right on Van Dyke Street.
1-800-460-3495. Again, 1-800-460-3495.
Only a few slots remain.
In 900 feet, turn right on Conover Street. Then turn right.
Head over to 1010wins.com/pickleball for all your info.
The news watch never stops. This is 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good afternoon. We've got 52 degrees, 1240 on your Sunday, April 7th.
Turn right on Conover Street. Then turn right on Coffee Street. Turn right on Coffee Street. You've arrived at your destination.
You been here before?
Yes, I live here.
Oh, you know your ABC. Thank you. God bless you. Have a good day. Take care. Yep. She live here. Lexi, she live here. Let's go back to the city. Hopefully I get right back to the city. Yeah, I'm still on.
In 700 feet, turn right on Van Dyke Street. In 700.
Okay. Yep. Abicast. Helicopter. Sound of the helicopter.
Poland, whose son Hirsch was seized while he was at that festival on October 7th, and Shira Madelon, whose uncles Eli and Yoshi Sharab are still in captivity. Wins News Time 12:44. More MTA violence to tell you about, this time on board a southbound E train this morning. Police tell 1010 Wednesday, 34-year-old man was robbed. Twice suspects. Wins News Time 12:44.
I'm personal injury attorney Dan Buttafuoco of Buttafuoco & Associates. When I was a child, I experienced several injustices. This sparked a passion in me to fight for people. You never know when you're going to need a personal injury attorney. I've seen situations in which a second changed a person's entire life. When you come to Buttafuoco & Associates, you don't just get a single attorney. You get a team of professionals who will stand beside you and do everything possible to get you to the finish line so that you can move on with your life. When I'm in court, I think back to the injustices I've experienced as a child, and it makes me want to fight even more aggressively for you. At Buttafuoco & Associates, we will stop at nothing to get you the best possible outcome. Choosing a personal injury attorney is not a decision that you should make lightly. You should find someone who's highly recommended and go with someone that has a proven track record. Call us today at 1-800-NOW-HURT. That's 1-800-669-4878. 1-800-NOW-HURT. Or online at 1-800-NOWHURT.com.
Don't put off tomorrow what you should do today. Wise words from our parents. So-called Plaza Jewish Community Chapel. Today, we recommend pre-planning a funeral in advance. Plaza has a pre-planned direct serve you and answer all of your 769-4400 today, or visit plazajewish.org.
Something big is cooking during Spring Black Friday at the Home Depot with the Weber Jumbo Joe Premium Charcoal Grill. We're talking almost seamless big.
Bicycle.
Right now, Jumbo Joe Premium
My bicycle.
Spring Black Friday with the Weber Jumbo Joe Premium Charcoal Grill.
News Time 12:46. Two women were hit by a Astoria when the driver of the car swerved out of control and struck two women who were walking by on Steinway Street near 25th Avenue. The 30-year-old driver of the car remained at the scene, and when the police arrived, she was taken into custody. She was given a blood alcohol test, and the results are pending. Meanwhile, the two women pedestrians were taken to Elmhurst Hospital, and they were in stable condition. Carol Diori, 1010 Waves at 92.3 FM in Queens. Well, April, of course, it has been showering, so let's hope the flowers do their part. And as Tulip Day, which is today, has any say in it, we will not be disappointed. A temporary flower field is being installed in Union Square on Tulip Day, marking the 400th anniversary of Dutch settlers arriving here in New York. Nadine Grindell, Director of Social Media at Starling Advertising, tells Win.
Really what we're doing is celebrating spring, flowers, blooming. People want to be more outside in the city with the warmer weather, and we're offering over 200,000 tulips to New Yorkers.
All Tulip Day celebrations have been seen for years in places like Amsterdam and San Francisco. This is the first for us here in the Big Apple. Wins News Time 12:48. Well, here you are, a day out from the eclipse, and you still don't know how you're going to spend it. You still have a little time.
The Intrepid is hosting a viewing party on the flight deck from 2 to 4 p.m., but you'll have to get there early. It's first come, first served. There are also a lot of other events across the city and region, ranging from a free party at the Brooklyn Botanic Gardens to a $99 a head experience at One World Observatory. And please, no matter where you're going, do not look at the eclipse without the special glasses. You can permanently damage your vision without feeling anything. We've got everything you need to know about the solar eclipse in our area at 1010winds.com. I'm Kathleen Markle-Cow, 1010 Winds at 92.3 FM.
And just a reminder, you can pick up some special glasses so that you can safely watch tomorrow's eclipse at the Queens and Brooklyn Public Libraries. Again, first come, first served. It's news time, 12:49. Former President Trump and former First Lady Melania Trump attending a private campaign fundraiser in Palm Beach. Before they went in, the former president made a few brief remarks to the media. That event was not open to the press. John Paulson hosted and told ABC News roughly 100 attendees were expected.
This has been some incredible evening before it even starts, because people wanted to contribute to a cause of making America great again, and that's what's happened. We're going to make America great again.
The Trump campaign says it raised more than $50 million at last night's fundraiser. Winds news time, 12:49. Traffic and AccuWeather up next, right here on 1010 Winds.
I have an uncomfortable stat for you. 1 in 9 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer. 1 in 9. In fact, prostate cancer is the second leading cause of death in American men. That hurts to hear. But you know what doesn't? There's a simple blood test your own doctor can give you to see if you're at risk. And this blood test, called the PSA, is definitely not a pain in the butt. Yeah, don't waste your time poking around the internet. To find out more about this test, go to PCF.org. For all the best info on prostate cancer prevention, go to PCF.org today.
Recently, a new client called me and started by saying, Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody. Those words stunned me, and I immediately called him back. And we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family at your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a firm who can fight them toe-to-toe. For right at 30 years, we have fought them in courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this, everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit forthepeople.com to learn about our firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
News time, 12:51. Time for traffic and transit on the ones. Here's Gloria Chapa.
And here's a look at Long Island. Here's what we see on the Long Island Big 3. That crashed on westbound Southern State at 17N at Hempstead. Looks like it's clearing. I'm looking at the delays easing up. So just a couple of bits of delay there, but not too bad. In Queens southbound, Cross Island Parkway is slow from the marina down to Northern Boulevard. And then if you're heading southbound on the Van Wyck before exit 501st Avenue, there's a stall blocking the right lane. That's right there at Jamaica Avenue, actually. So you're seeing some pretty heavy traffic at this point, and it's heavy all the way back up onto the Grand Central, almost back to Jewel Avenue. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. At the Hudson's 15 to 20 in both directions at the George. The Lincoln and Holland are 10 and 15 out. The Verrazano is heavy on both levels into Brooklyn. And the Battery Tunnel and Brooklyn bridges are slow going into Manhattan. I'm Gloria Chapa. Our next report is at 101 1010 Winds, 92.3 FM.
At Planet Fitness, you can get energized with a membership that fits your budget. All for just $1 down, $14.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, April 12th. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. $1 down, $14.99 a month. Deal ends April 12th. See Home Club for details.
Thinking of selling your home? Don't just sell out, max out. Sell your home once and get paid twice. Here's how it works. Max Out Homes buys distressed homes at current market value, offering an immediate payment. No delays, no hassle. Once that's done, our team of experts will maximize your home's value and offer you a piece of the profit, whether through renovation, modernization, or resale, or short-term property rentals like Airbnb or long-term property management. We handle it all, and you get a percentage of the profits. For more information, call 800-800-3606. That's in poor condition, foreclosures, estate sales, homes with reverse mortgages, homes with non-paying tenants, even land. Remember, sell once and get paid twice with Max Out Homes. Call 800-800-3606. That's 800-800-3606. Or visit maxouthomes.com.
And news time 12:53. The world could still literally be in your hands.
In the age of the internet, when knowledge is at your fingertips, you may be surprised to learn globes are still for sale and selling for big bucks in some cases. Globe maker Peter Bellerby creates globes as large as 50 inches across. They start at around $1,600, but can cost as much as 6 figures. Bellerby attributes people wanting to find their place in the cosmos and inspiration for the desire to still own a globe. 24 employees work for his company. One of their tasks, to work with customs officials in regions with disputed borders like India, China, and the Middle East to ensure accuracy.
Wendy Gillette with that report. Well, today Rwanda is marking 30 years since the start of the genocide, which began on April 7, 1994. The members of the dominant Hutu ethnic group began a 100-day killing spree, targeting the ethnic minority Tutsis, with at least 800,000 people eventually killed.
For the first time, France is expected to acknowledge it could have stopped the genocide, along with its allies, but lacked the will to do so. Rwanda's recovery has been remarkable, but unresolved tensions from that dark period have been linked to alleged assassinations, suppression of dissent, and conflict in neighboring Congo.
Correspondent Ann Soy wins News Time 12:55. Bloomberg Money Watch is next on 1010 Wins. Good morning, class. A quick head count. Tiffany, here, back. Steven? Is he absent again?
For many kids, just getting to school feels like a challenge. Staying through graduation is even harder. That's where Communities in Schools comes in. A powerful community of caring adults, working with vulnerable kids in schools every day, helping them overcome the barriers that stand in the way of learning. Hunger, homelessness, health problems, and even emotional trauma. Communities in Schools. We're inside schools partnering with teachers and counselors, empowering at-risk kids by providing supportive relationships, doing whatever it takes to help them thrive in school and have brighter futures. Communities in Schools. We're in schools to help kids stay in school. See how we help all kids succeed at communitiesinschools.org.
Wins News Time 12:56. Bloomberg Money Watch from 1010 Wins. College tuition costs have increased faster than any other household expense since 1983, rising an average of 5.7% each year. That's why experts advise having a sit-down with your kids about the financial impact of their college decision.
How much of an expectation are mom and dad going to potentially spend, and how much are the child going to take on as a financial responsibility afterward?
Joseph Bogardus is a college planning specialist and a certified financial planner for Barnum Financial Group. He pointed to a few resources that can help break down the cost.
Programs like Navion, you can go on to websites like the College Board. A lot of schools participate in what is called tuition discounting. They have higher costs. However, the actual price you pay may be less.
There are also state programs that can save you money.
They'll offer the first year or two, or 140 credits, I believe, of education at totally free cost for the community colleges, and then you can transfer to any of the state schools.
Bloomberg Money Watch at 26 and 56 past every hour. I'm Lisa Mateo for 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Wins News Time 12:57.
Progressive asks, what do a slow Friday night, bored teenage boys,
I'm bored,
a pack of fireworks,
this is gonna be awesome,
and a teetering branch suspended over your car have in common? They can quickly wreak havoc on your slow Friday night. Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for great savings and round-the-clock protection. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Attention homeowners.
It's a new year. Do you still have the same old mortgage problem? Are you behind on your mortgage and facing foreclosure? Fine Law Offices has helped thousands of your neighbors lower their monthly mortgages and save their homes. Call 1-800-503-1125. That's 800-503-1125. Banks are foreclosing on homes every day. Don't let your bank push you out of your home. Call Fine Law Offices at 1-800-503-1125. If you need legal help with your mortgage or need help with high credit card debt, call Fine Law Offices at 1-800-503-1125. Fine Law Offices is a 50-year-old A-plus rated law firm, and the consultation is always free. Call 1-800-503-1125. 800-503-1125. Or visit them at finelawoffices.com. That's finelawoffices.com.
WINS FM in HD1 New York. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Plains News Time, 12:59. A quick check of your 10-10 winds accurate forecast. This afternoon, we've got clouds, we've got sun, and a cool breeze at times with a high of 58. Pleasant. Tonight, mainly clear, low 41 in the city, 30s in most suburbs. Tomorrow, milder sun mixing with clouds, overall fair viewing conditions expected for that solar eclipse. You may have heard about it. High 65. For Tuesday, sunny to partly cloudy, even warmer, high 75. Looks like a day for sandals. Wednesday, mainly cloudy, cool. Okay, let's do that again. Mainly cloudy, cooler. There it is. Shower around and a high of 59. Looking ahead, another round of rain and thunderstorms. Some can be heavy. That arrives Thursday through early Friday. More people get their news from 1010 Winds and from any other radio station in the nation. Jenna Keaton, our service aide. Eileen LaPalmer is our writer. Zachary Newman over at the editor's desk, and I am Stephanie Officer.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Winds at 92.3 FM, New York. Here's what's happening. Today marks 6 months since the Hamas attack on Israel. Ceasefire negotiations have reportedly resumed in Cairo. Some Israeli troops have left southern Gaza. 14 people injured, including 5 firefighters in a house fire in Bath Beach, Brooklyn. Where to watch tomorrow's eclipse? And arrest of a man carrying a machete on the subway. And a somber anniversary in Rwanda, 30 years since the start of the Rwandan genocide. Sports, all eyes on Iowa and South Carolina playing for the women's NCAA hoops title this afternoon. The Yankees host the Jays, Mets are in Cincinnati, Knicks, Nets, Rangers, Devils, all in action tonight. And this is Time 101. That's time for traffic and transit. And good afternoon to Gloria Chapel.
without the return of 133 Israeli hostages, some of whom have been pronounced dead.
The Israeli military said yesterday that it recovered the body of a 47-year-old farmer who was being held hostage in Gaza. At least 36 of the hostages held by Hamas have been confirmed dead. Families are worried the time is running out for remaining survivors. Israel is withdrawing some of its forces from southern Gaza. IDF spokesman Peter Lerner.
The military campaign is continuously evolving, and this is just another stage in the war effort. As we completed our mission in Khan Yunis, in the Khan Yunis area, So then the troops rotate out.
Ice cold water,
Media reports ceasefire negotiations.
Ice cold water, Rwanda.
With a representative from the United States, CIA Director Bill
Ice
Burns,
cold
plus
water,
delegations
Rwanda.
from Qatar and Israel. Back in our area, there's a rally for the hostages today outside the UN.
A day of over 180 days when they're still in captivity. We have 133 people in there.
Ice cold water,
babies, kids, girls, women, men, elderly, from 1-year-old to 86 years old.
Mayor Adams met with families of the hostages today. A family member of one of the hostages presented the mayor with a hostage pin. When's news time? 104. 14 people, including 5 firefighters, have been injured in a fire in Bass Beach, Brooklyn. It started just before 10 on the second floor of a 3-story home on Shore Parkway. Authorities say the fire was brought under control about 45 minutes later. The 9 people who were taken to the hospital have been treated for smoke inhalation. Firefighters also have minor injuries. It's not known how the fire started. There were also injuries at a Staten Island fire last night. One person's in critical condition. And 2 firefighters suffered minor injuries. The fire started just before midnight at a home on Ridgewood Avenue. Cause there is still under investigation. And 2 women are recovering in the hospital after being struck by a suspected drunk driver in Astoria.
It was a scary scene just before sunrise. 2 women were walking up Steinway Street when they were hit. The police say a young woman driving a Honda Sonata swerved into the sidewalk at 25th Avenue. The 2 pedestrians were mowed down, but they are expected to survive.
In 700 feet, turn left on Broadway.
Custody for suspected drunk driving. Blood alcohol test is pending. The victims were taken to Elmhurst Hospital in stable condition. Carol Diori, 1010 Winds at 92.3 FM in Queens.
Winds News Time 105. A stabbing outside a migrant shelter on West 57th Street. They say one man stabbed another in the chest and arm, then ran away. The victim, 35 years old, is expected to survive. This happened around 6 o'clock last night outside the Watson Hotel. Quick check of AccuWeather. Today we have clouds and sun, a cool breeze at times, and a high of 58. Clear tonight, low of 41 in the city, 30s in the burbs. Tomorrow, milder, sunshine mixed with clouds. Viewing conditions are expected for the solar eclipse. High of 65, high of 75 on Tuesday. Sunny to partly cloudy conditions. Then Wednesday gets cooler.
Turn left on Broadway.
Shower around and a high of 50.
Turn left on Broadway.
News Time 106. To watch the eclipse tomorrow. Got plenty of choices.
There are all kinds of watch parties and events across the area. Some, like the viewing on the flight deck of the USS Intrepid, are first come, first served. Other events range from a free watch party at the Brooklyn Botanic Gardens to a $99 a head experience at the One World Observatory. Now, no matter how you're watching the eclipse, please do not look at it without the special glasses. You can do serious permanent damage to your vision without feeling it or seeing it until it's too late. We've got everything you need to know about the solar eclipse in our area at 1010winds.com. I'm Kathleen Marple-Cow, 1010 Winds at 92.3 FM.
In 600 feet, turn right on Murray Street.
Cherry blossom season is in full bloom. The Essex County Cherry Blossom Festival officially kicked off yesterday in Branchbrook Park in Newark. It runs until next weekend. Park stewards at Branchbrook say full bloom for the trees will be between now and April 14th. Senator Booker, Central Ward resident, says Newark beats Washington, D.C. when it comes to cherry blossoms. And if you've never checked it out at Branchbrook Park, you should. It is gorgeous. It's Tulip Day in Union Square. There are some 200,000 tulips on display right now in the park. Marks the 400th anniversary of Dutch settlers arriving in New York. Nadine Grindel is the social media director of the event.
We will ride the
Turn right on Murray Street.
200,000 tulips painting over the park, and we want to welcome thousands of people to enjoy this special area. There'll be tulips of all colors, all variants, and it really just kind of showcases spring and the meaning of bringing people together for a special event.
You've arrived at your destination.
Tulip Day celebrations have previously been held in Amsterdam and San Francisco, but this is a first for New York City. Winds News Time 108, a man with a machete was arrested on the 50th and 8th Avenue subway station, or in the 50th and 8th Avenue subway station. The Post reports 2 transit police officers spotted the man with a large blade on the southbound platform Friday morning. He was reportedly acting erratic Authorities say 43-year-old Justin Wajno was arrested and charged.
Yo, Emily, I'm over
A good
here now.
anniversary in Rwanda. Today marks 30 years since the start of the genocide in which the members of the Hutu targeted the ethnic minority.
Kwibuka, meaning remembrance, will be marked with solemn events and abstention from leisure activities across Rwanda. Music, sports, and movies will cease to play on radio and television during a week-long national mourning period. Bars and clubs will stay closed, and flags will fly at half-mast.
Correspondent Ann Sword.
East 34th Street next. Please stay clear of the closing door.
Remodeling your bathroom, but we're worried it would take too long or cost too much. Then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience, so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A Jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-291-7154. That's 800-291-7154 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest in
Emily.
Welcome. Today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience.
In 300 feet, turn right on Church Street, then turn right.
For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800. 7154. 800-291-7154.
Turn right on Church Street. In 500 feet, turn right on Broadway. Turn right on Broadway.
And we're going to start out with what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. The Hudson, 25 to 30 minutes inbound at the George Washington Bridge. Both levels outbound
mileage on it may owe you up to $500. And in the heading of every day is National Something Day, today is National Beer Day. Sports, along with the women's championship this afternoon, the Yankees host the Jays, the Mets are in Cincinnati, Knicks, Mets, Rangers, Devils, all in action tonight. Game 21. That's time for traffic and transit with Gloria Chapa.
Let's turn you out in the Bronx, where I'm looking at some heavy delays on the southbound on Major Deegan. So the delays start before Fordham Road and head all the way down into the stadium.
Here is okay?
And before that, it looks just
Okay,
fine.
thank you. Have a good day.
Good
luck. You're welcome. Good weekend.
And make your way from Capitol Hill Avenue all the way into the George Washington Bridge. Eastbound there, just a little bit slow coming off the Alexander Hamilton Bridge. Now moving you over into Queens, you're going to see pockets of traffic in both directions on the LIE between Woodhaven Boulevard and the Clearview, and southbound on the Van Wyck is slow from the Jackie Robinson down to Atlantic, northbound from Rockaway Boulevard.
Michael, are you in the building?
And taking you into what you need to know about the bridges and
Where's
tunnels.
Mike?
George, 25 to 30 in, 15 to 20 out.
Michael, I'm over here now.
5 inbound, 5 to 10
What's up,
on the
Michael?
outbound side. You're also going to see some Brooklyn bound delays on the Verrazano Bridge, both levels, and Manhattan bound delays on the Battery Tunnel. I'm going to top our next report is at 131. 10 wins, 92.3 FM.
There are some updates on the war in Gaza and Israel today, 6 months after the Hamas attack on Israel.
21, 6 now.
1200.
6 now.
Today's updates include the removal of some Israeli troops from southern Gaza. Correspondent Charles Philadelphia.
Israel's military announced it was drawing back forces from the 98th Paratroopers Division, who had been operating in the area of Talmunis in southern Gaza. The Hamas stronghold has been the main focus of Israel's offensive in recent months. That brings Israeli troop levels in Gaza to some of the lowest levels since the war began.
Yeah, Dr. Ray, what's up? Yep. Please stay clear the closing doors. Please stay clear the closing doors.
And a rally for the hostages is being held today outside the UN. Shani Vernote is co-founder of Hostages Family Forum in New York.
It's a global catastrophe. We're coming now. We have hostages go from 19 different nationalities and from 5 different religions. We have hostages that are Muslims and Buddhists, and I mean it's not only Jews that were taken away. And it's important for us to convey this message.
Meanwhile, Egyptian media reports that negotiations about a potential ceasefire have resumed in Egypt. Major cleanup is underway in the Bronx River after an oil spill. Con Edison took about 1,000 gallons of dielectric fluid from a transmission feeder spilled into a storm drain in Yonkers. Con Ed says it's a non-hazardous insulating fluid similar to mineral oil. The leak happened back on April 1st. There is finally a Powerball jackpot winner. The ticket was sold in Oregon. Drawing itself was delayed a few hours because of technical difficulties.
It took 3 hours to get things squared away.
Hello, America. Thank you for your patience.
The $1 million Powerball drawing finally took place early today.
Let's play it up for number up. 244.
The lottery postponed Saturday night's drawing after technical issues verifying all the ticket numbers.
Yeah, Michael, I'm over here now.
The 8th largest jackpot in U.S.
Are you coming? Huh? Correct.
55 degrees.
Hello.
After my car crash, the insurance company wasn't there.
Yeah, Michael. Yes, thank you. Welcome.
I was hurt in a car accident. My attorney now with the Barnes firm, they got me $6 million.
Let's go 600.
How much is your case, sir? You might be surprised. Call the Barnes firm now and let us help you get the best result possible.
When it comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment. Lockdown reduced suicide.
Yes, I'm seeing the haka.
Speed trap reported ahead.
647-35. Coming up, all eyes on Caitlin Clark and women's basketball today at 3 o'clock. As Iowa takes on undefeated South Carolina for the NCAA Women's Championship. That's story in a minute.
You don't hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax relief advocates is different. They tell you that if you owe money to the IRS for $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can...
Rerouting. You save 2 minutes via 3rd Avenue, East 49th Street, West 49th Street, Manhattan, and avoid traffic building up on your route.
We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, quick check of the AccuWeather forecast. We're looking at clouds and sun this afternoon, cool breeze at times, and we will get to a high of 58. We're pretty much there. Tonight, mainly clear, low 41 in the city, 30s in most birds. Tomorrow, for the solar eclipse, fair viewing conditions are expected, and we're having milder conditions, some clouds, a high of 65. And Tuesday, much warmer, sunny and partly cloudy, and a high of 75. Good afternoon, I'm Doug Bishop. When's news time at the tone? 1:30. Hydrates also.
Yeah. Well, I think that
Board certified.
story of the American dream. The U.S. has gone back and forth about how strong its border security has been. In recent years, our border security has been weaker, and that message, thanks in part to social media and the rise of smartphones, has really spread. And so, yes, chaos and poverty in Latin America play a role in the recent surge in crime. But another thing that plays a role is that many immigrants have come to believe, often with cause, that as long as they can get here, even if they don't have legal creates a feedback loop that causes more and more people to want to come and creates more chaos at the border. But it isn't just chaotic. It's also expensive. Here again is Zeke Hernandez, author of The Truth About Immigration. It's a complicated issue, but there is a legitimate complaint by states and localities that become the gateways for a disproportionate number of immigrants. The best estimate, and this is from a study by the National Academies of Science in 2017, it costs states money to welcome a first-generation immigrant. And the average estimate is $1,600 per immigrant. And this is accounting for all the future expenses and turned into net present value terms. And so in the short run, it costs states to welcome immigrants. The main reason for that is because immigrants have more children than natives, and so states spend more educating the children of immigrants than the children of natives. It is true that some places bear a disproportionate share of those costs, and they're not guaranteed to recover them, because imagine if the children of those immigrants in the state of Iowa paid for, they move to Illinois, and then Illinois collects the taxes that those children pay as adults. Iowa doesn't get its sort of, quote, return on its investment on those children. If you look at the long run, however, at the state level, those children that were expensive to immigrate, so that's now the second generation, contribute positively to the tune of $1,700 per immigrant, and the grandchildren, the third generation, to the tune of $1,300 per immigrant. So if you add it up over 3 generations,
Yeah. Tell mama to take you to Union Square. They have a tulip flower in Union Square.
each immigrant is like
to Madison Park? I'm in America. Where are you? Are you home? pull aside to walk
Thank
across. Say hello to Howard Stern.
Will do.
Everybody love Howard Stern.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Have a good one, boss. Thank you.
Please leave your message for 6.
Drowning. Drowning. Tika nigga nigga digga bigga ligga drowning. 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 Yep, yep. They're afraid of the police. Police. It's African guys. They're afraid of the police. The police are cracking down. Delivery.
Pick up QQ on the right.
Drowning. You know the song Drowning?
Head to your drop-off at 4:30 LBSQ.
Thank you.
Going to Brooklyn?
Yeah.
QQ.
Yes. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. That's a cool name, QQ.
Yeah, full name is a bit hard for people to spell.
Yeah.
QQ.
Yeah, that's it. It's cool. Just like Twitter, just put X.
Yes.
Simple is beauty, you know.
Simple is beauty, yes.
I call my daughter Aya, AYA, because simple. I just need to put to put eye on her all the time. Let's go to where you have luggage. You look like you're going to the airport later.
Yeah, I go to the airport later. You can use some time first.
Very nice. So you got sunshine, no problem.
Yeah, it's a nice day. It was raining so bad, like really.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I was sleeping.
WNYC supporters include Carnegie Hall presenting pianist Mitsuko Uchida and Jonathan Biss presenting an all-Schubert program, a piano duet, including a Carnegie Hall premiere of his Grande Marche No. 5, April 9th. Tickets at carnegiehall.org. This week on the New Yorker Radio Hour, why are there laws being passed that restrict the teaching of Black history? I'll talk with Nicole Hannah-Jones and Jelani Cobb next time on the New Yorker Radio Hour. Listen today at 3 on 93.9 FM. And this is AM 820 WNYC 146 right now.
skill-based immigration. A person comes to the US either through a work visa or as a student, like I did. If you have a STEM degree, you get to work extra, and then you join the workforce using an H-1B typically. That is typically granted for a maximum of 6 years. In that 6-year period, you have to get your employer to sponsor a green card. But the trouble is there's very limited number of green cards. That is also something that has not been reassessed in 30 plus years. But the issue is that for Indian-born applicants, that backlog is very, very long. I believe the last finding was that to clear the backlog right now, it would take 54 years, taking into account attrition by way of death and abandonment.
Well, that's for the Indian backlog.
It's for the Indian and EB3 backlog, which is the typical master's, bachelor's skill level.
So how do you interpret that massive backlog? What does it mean? What does it say?
I'm in Canada, aren't I?
That's right. Sindhu Mahadivan and her husband have brought their talents to Canada. Coming up next time in the third and final episode of our series on immigration, many people feel the American dream has faded significantly. Canada, meanwhile, has increased their immigration levels big time.
I believe the Canadian dream is alive and well.
Has Canada stolen the American playbook? And are they siphoning off the talent we need here? That's next time on the show. Until then, take care of yourself, and if you can, someone else too. out on motorcycles and you hurt each other.
No, not that close. But yeah, no, Sam. So, Sam, I can't help you at all.
Rules, man. Maybe at first, actually. Well, Sam, welcome to the show. You're going to play Blue Bill this time.
Speed trap reported ahead.
Quotation Service Mix News. And they were telling us what to expect from the animal kingdom when what happens Monday. The last show event that's going to happen across Texas and Austin here. It might get into the eclipse, and
left on Albee Square West. Destination.
I'll pull to the side here. Some space.
They have one right here by the Albee Square Mall. But there's
exit on this side because there's a car. Good day, good luck. Thank you very much. Welcome. QQ.
In 400 feet, turn right, then turn left. Street. Then turn left on Flatbush Avenue Extension.
Yep. Con gasolina and benzina. Viva, viva, viva.
But when she woke up that morning, he hadn't eaten anything at all. The woman drove the box over to the animal hospital. When the hospital manager examined its contents under the bright lights in triage, it was unlike any baby hedgehog she had ever seen, because it was not a baby hedgehog, but a fluffy pom-pom that had fallen off the top of a woolly winter hat. Or as this decoration is whimsically called in England, a baby bubble. How was this news received by the pom-pom's sleepless caretaker? Red in the face with embarrassment, she took the box and drove off. But she obviously meant well. She's clearly a lover of not just animals, but also things. And you too should consider adopting a beanie bobble today.
A woman attempts to rescue a hedgehog in the UK that turns out to be the puffy part of a
Speed trap reported
And
ahead.
your last story is some good intentions or bad comes from Adam Burke.
Hillary Glassner of Eugene, Oregon was your usual supportive aunt. When her nephew Foley began a career in scene and acting, she dutifully attended his performances and cheered him on. But after seeing him despondent after another round of typically terrible reviews for his most recent one-man review,
Delivery.
she was moved to act.
Gasolina, benzina.
So she sent her nephew a link to a glowing review from one Argyle Grampian, theatre critic for...
These people have just been crying over how wonderful these things were with all these women, and here we come out
Chinese
with a cheap joke.
gasolina,
Well, I mean,
benzina.
by definition, it's a cheap joke, but it was made cheap because of the moment. It wasn't a cheap joke; it was actually rather clever.
Do the people ever, ever really get angry at a joke? Does it ever backfire?
Well, that's a very good question, and I can't remember an incident where it really did backfire, except, none of the things that the host did, things various winners have said have backfired, God knows. But, nobody writes that. If you win the award, you come up and say what you want to say. So it wasn't like that. It wasn't like, I was involved in the Whoopi blackface, Ted Danson thing at the Friars. And of course,
I remember that. Give me a joke.
A long tail.
Give me a joke that you wrote. A line that you wrote. Do you remember one of them that you didn't steal?
I don't want to take. I didn't steal. Because so much of it's room written, and I would have to say, gee, I actually did come up with that one, and so.
Oh, what do I care? I'm flexible. Give me one of your lines.
I did have one. We did Whoopi opened the show one year in blackface, in whiteface, because that was the year. It was the year 2 women were nominated for playing Elizabeth I, the old Queen Elizabeth. Judi Dench, who won an Oscar that year, and Kate Blanchett, who played her in another movie. They were both nominated, and so Whoopi came out as Queen Elizabeth in white. And she said, "Good evening, I am the African Queen." And that's a joke you could only tell at the Oscars, because they know what the African Queen was. A woman who won the Academy Award. So, it's a favorite of mine. What can I tell you? See what happens when you try and dig one up?
There's a guy like you sitting in the lousy little room with all of the black tie guys. Do you get freebie tickets to the Oscars?
Yes, every writer gets a pair of tickets. Sometimes they're in the balcony, high atop everything. It depends on who they are. One year Chris Henchy, who was married to Brooke Shields, was on the staff, and I said to him,
Korean restaurant, Chinese restaurant. You see what they have. Chinese restaurant.
This one out.
Okay.
She said, but I appreciate the sentiment.
How early did you begin working for the Oscars, and were you scared out of your bird for the first shot?
It was 1989, and I had done a lot of award shows already. And my friend Alan Carr was producing it, so I knew it was going to be a roller coaster ride. And I wasn't scared because I wasn't prepared for how much work there is. And seriously, it was just me. He hired me as a writer, and I said nobody else. And so we brought in Hildy Parks, who had written the Tony Award shows. She was Alex the Great, and had written those wonderful Tony shows. And so she and I basically wrote that whole show. But that was the last time it was with a staff that small. Usually it's done by a lot more people.
Okay, comedy has changed. The way we're allowed to speak to people has also changed. So how do you do it when you're balancing the young kids today to some of the old citizens who still remember the old people?
Yeah, there are less and less of them at this point. And of course,
I understand that, yeah.
The network and to a degree the Academy are trying always to get the younger demographic, in. That was one that resulted in the James Franco Anne Hathaway hosting thing, which was a big mistake, because you're just going for that demo and you're leaving everybody else in the dust. So it's a delicate balance. You have to for each thing that is totally targeted to a younger audience. You have to have something that make a tribute. For example, if you have to do a whole bunch of production numbers that are rap songs, or rock and roll, because that's what's nominated for Best Original Song. Then you have to make sure that you bring on somebody from the golden age, if possible, and have them present something or do a tribute. Of course, now, all the rules have been rewritten partially because of woke and partially because of COVID. The fact that the audiences weren't there, and the interesting, and that the movies have changed, and the voting body of the Academy has changed. I don't think 15 years ago you would have seen movies like Everywhere, Everything, All Over the Place, and Parasite, and 12 Years a Slave, and Moonlight.
No. Do you remember the days when one of them ran naked across the stage?
Well, yeah, I was, yeah.
Were you there?
No, I was actually, I was at the Chicago Tribune. I think it was like 72. Yeah, David Niven was on stage, and there was a guy, Stanley Berman was his name, and he was a professional crasher. And so he decided to crash the Oscars, but it was a setup. I mean, it was a setup. They wanted to, they wanted the goal was always to keep the show in the zeitgeist, in the center of pop culture. So it's hard to do.
Okay, Bruce, but if something happens bizarre, we also had somebody who came and sent out an Indian lady the last minute. We understand odd things happen. So you little gnomes sitting in a dark room, you're all writing on a pad with some smart-ass line to use immediately?
Yeah, we're not even writing, we're throwing jokes at each other. One year, Michael Moore won the documentary award, and he came out and he made a speech about George Bush, and the stagehand began.
CMWilltalk.com for more information. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Quirky and Associates is one of New York's most trusted family law firms. If you're seeking a divorce, owe child support, need to file for visitation, or file for an order of protection, call Gahey and Associates at 956-GAHEY Law for a free consultation. They've helped many New Yorkers solve their family law problems and are ready to help you. Call Gahey and Associates at 956-GAHEY Law. That's 956-434-4529 or online at GaheyLaw.com. That's GEHILaw.com. This is
It did not cause any major damage or collapses. And they are also urging people to keep an eye on their buildings to structure, saying damage can appear and be discovered days or weeks after an earthquake. Way into news time, 2:35. Well, here's a head scratcher. A mouthful of metal has gone from style taboo to I want some too.
It's enough to make most anyone who suffered through the pain and humiliation of the real thing gasp. Fashion braces for pearly whites are helping young hipsters achieve the popular nerd look. The Wall Street Journal says the race is on for do-it-yourself aesthetic metal wire and bracket sets sold in colorful combinations at online stores like The Adorned and an Etsy shop called Shimmer Smiles, where they sell for between $75 and $105. Orthodontists scoff, but say the fakes have helped destigmatize the real thing.
Correspondent Deborah Rodriguez. Now, these fakes have been banned in Thailand for having consequences that were all too real, where the deaths of 2 teens were linked to infections they developed from wearing the fake braces. Way into news time, 2:36. Feral cats have long ruled Mexico's presidential palace, and now they can add one more bragging right to their name, since all 19 of them have received an historical honor. Mexican President Andrés Obrador declaring them living fixed assets. Now, what this means is that they are the first animals in that country to receive such a title. This means the government has guaranteed the country's treasury will continue feeding and caring for those cats for the rest of their lives, even after this current government leaves office in October. It's not like the cats don't earn their keep. Some greet tourists at the doors, others are busy sneaking into staff ice cream. Gotta hear both sides. The most vocal of the cat crew, Bowie, Coco, Allen, no one commented when they were asked how they feel about the honor, but knew they. A gray cat named after the Spanish word for cloud, meow. It's news time. Still 2:36. Boeing's outgoing CEO will have plenty of cash on hand.
Boeing may be under scrutiny these days after a number of incidents with its planes in the sky. But on the ground, known how much Calhoun will get when he steps down.
747 Jackson Hugh, yeah.
People are saying Jackson Hugh yeah to Jackson Hewitt because they love saving money on tax prep. Do you love saving money? To Jackson Hewitt today and pay less than last year. Thousands of people have already made the switch. Why haven't you? Stop waiting and start filing. You won't get a better deal or a better catchphrase. All together now. Jackson Hugh yeah! For prior year payment requirement filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Plans News Time 38 News in February. The CMTs honor the best in country music videos. Kelsey Ballerini, Megan Maroney, and Cody Johnson lead their nominations with 3 each. Trisha Yearwood will be the first recipient of the June Carter Cash Humanitarian Award. The CMTs will be shown on CBS and streamed on Plus. Margie Zaraletta. Entertainment news 38 past each and every hour right here on 1010 Wins.
My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AM, geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FD-GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Spring weather often means wild weather. Rely on the most trusted forecasters in the biz. AccuWeather on 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM.
The News Watch never stops. This is 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good afternoon. We've got 55 here Sunday, April 7th. I am Stephanie. Officer, here's what's happening. We begin this hour marking the 6-month anniversary since Hamas's attack on Israel. And here in the city, a rally with some hostage survivors taking place at... We've been telling you about it. Are you ready? Tomorrow's eclipse will tell you how to get ready. And today, another significant milestone, Rwanda marking 30 years since the beginning of genocide there. In sports, we have the Mets in Cincinnati, Iowa, and South Carolina playing for that women's hoops title. Right now, we've got 55 degrees. Sunny skies, feels like 63 in Midtown. It's new time. 241 traffic. Transit on the one. Here's Gloria Chapa.
Delays to back before the Brooklyn Bridge at this point. Let's go ahead and take you into what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. The George, 25 in, 20 out. Lincoln and Holland are 25 in, 15 out. The Verrazano is slow into Brooklyn on both levels, and the Battery Tunnel is slow to Manhattan. The Brooklyn Bridge Island.
Here's what East, the Israeli military says it has removed all troops on active maneuvers from southern Gaza as talks on us in Cairo. This fashion, Usher reporting from Jerusalem. Now, the move would indicate Israel is not preparing to carry out attacks on Hamas around Rafah, where more than 1 million displaced Palestinians are living and still facing food shortages. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says there will be no ceasefire with Hamas unless all hostages are released. The Israeli military announcing it is pulling some troops from southern Gaza, as I just mentioned. IDF spokesperson Peter Lerner told the BBC the IDF is regrouping and getting ready for the next stage because he says the war is not over.
It's important to understand that there's a decline in the forces, but there's more operations that need to be conducted.
Wayne's News Time 2:43. Crews are busy in the Bronx cleaning up an oil spill there. 1,000 gallons leaked from a Con Ed feeder in Yonkers.
Have you smelled anything in the last couple of days coming from
Of course.
What does it smell like?
It smells like very, very bad, very bad.
Con Edison says the non-hazardous dielectric fluid accidentally spilled into the Bronx River earlier this month. Resident Tierson says the river smells.
Like a dirty clothes.
Dirty clothes?
Yeah.
Cleanup crews tackling the mess have positioned 7 booms across the river. starting at McLean Avenue in Yonkers down to Fordham Road in the Bronx. This will help absorb the liquid. Pearson is glad.
Because a lot of people, they're living by the river.
Con Edison says there are no current reported health or environmental concerns. Astrid Martinez, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM in the Bronx.
Winds news time 2:44. More MTA violence to tell you about, this time on board a southbound E train this morning. Cops tell 1010 Winds a 34-year-old man was riding at 53rd and Lexington just before 5 a.m. in Manhattan when he was stabbed twice in the back with an unknown object. He was taken to Bellevue in stable condition, sources say. Police are now looking for 3 suspects. And 2 women hit by a car in Queens early this morning.
The police suspect a drunk driver was behind the wheel of a Honda Sonata. It was 5 o'clock in the morning in Astoria when the driver of the car swerved out of control and struck 2 women who were walking by on Steinway Street near 25th Avenue. The 30-year-old driver of the car remained at the scene, and when the police arrived, she was taken into custody. She was given a blood alcohol test, and the results are pending. Meanwhile, the 2 women pedestrians were taken to Elmhurst Hospital, and they were in stable condition. Carol Diori at 1010 Winds at 92.3 FM in Queens.
Winds news time 2:45.
What's on your to-do list? Check your mail? Get groceries? How about getting your annual vaccine? We can help you check that off.
You've got this.
Yes, you do. Because we've got you. With local vaccine events and access to transportation, protecting yourself and your loved ones is not a chore anymore. You've got this. A message from the Aging and Disability Vaccination Collaborative, powered by U.S. Aging. Funded by the U.S. Administration for Community Living through a grant to U.S. Aging. Learn more at yougotthis.usaging.org.
Become a Yankees Universe Fan Club member today. Rookie and Explorer packages are now available. All Yankees Universe members receive a membership card, 2 tickets to a 2024 Yankees home game, access to a members-only website, and MLB audio at-bat. Rookie tier members also receive a New York Yankees t-shirt. A portion of all proceeds is donated to Memorial Sloan Kettering, benefiting pediatric cancer research. Join Yankees Universe today by visiting yankees.com/universe.
Winds news time 2:46. Well, April, of course, has been showering, so let's hope the flowers do their part. And if Tulip Day has any say in it, we will not be disappointed. Temporary flower field is currently up in Union Square for today's Tulip Day. That marks the 400th anniversary of Dutch settlers arriving here in our state. Nadine Grisel, Director of Social Media, tells Winds.
Really what we're doing is celebrating spring. Flowers, blooming. People want to be more outside in the city with the warmer weather. And we're offering over 200,000 tulips to New Yorkers.
Can you smell them? While Tulip Day celebrations have been seen for years in Amsterdam and San Francisco, so that's first for us here in the Big Apple. The Dutch Trade Association, Rolanthos, they are holding that pop-up, and you can assemble your own bouquets just for a little while longer until 3 p.m. So if you're nearby, hurry up, scoot over. Maybe you can catch some, get some nice flowers. Winds news time 2:47. And the much-typed solar eclipse just about upon us. Oh, Mother Nature, happening tomorrow afternoon. Our forecast looking good in the city to see some of it. The total eclipse can be viewed way upstate. Governor Hochul with a few spots.
In New York, we know that the path of totality goes through Jamestown, Rochester, Buffalo, Niagara Falls, and on to Plattsburgh. You can go to ilovenewyork.com/eclipse for a calendar of our events all across the state, and there's still many more today and tomorrow.
Yeah, where do you think you're going? We've got everything you need to know about the solar eclipse in our area. Just come on over to 1010winds.com. Winds news time 2:48.
Thinking of selling your home? Don't just sell out, max out. Sell your home once and get paid twice. Here's how it works. Max Out Homes buys distressed homes at current market value, offering an immediate payment. No delays, no hassle. Once that's done, our team of experts will maximize your home's value and offer you a piece of the profit, whether through renovation, modernization, or resale, or short-term property rentals like Airbnb or long-term property management. We handle it all, and you get a percentage of the profits. For more information, call 800-800-3606. That's 800-800-3606. With Max Out Homes, you don't just sell, you get to profit from our strategy after closing. We buy homes in poor condition, foreclosures, estate sales, homes with reverse mortgages, homes with non-paying tenants, even land. Remember, sell once and get paid twice with Max Out Homes. Call 800-800-3606, 800-800-3606, or visit maxouthomes.com.
Winds news time 2:49. Former President Trump and former First Lady Melania attended a private campaign fundraiser in Palm Beach last night. Before they headed in, the former president made a few brief remarks to the media. The event itself was not open to press.
This has been some incredible evening before it even starts, because people, they wanted to contribute to a cause of making America great again, and that's what's happened. We're going to make America great again.
Now, John Paulson hosted the fundraiser, told ABC News about 100 attendees were expected. 117 seated guests turned out. Trump's campaign says they raised more than $50 million during last evening's fundraiser, where he once again challenged President Biden to debate him. Now, the former president is pushing to close a massive cash gap compared to President Biden. According to reported figures, Biden ended March with $192 million on hand, which is more than twice as much as Trump. Attendees at yesterday evening events were asked to donate as much, reportedly, as $814,000. Wednesday News Time, 2:50. Traffic and AccuWeather in 1 minute on 1010 Wins.
For a truly free tax filing experience, use the New York State Free File program at tax.ny.gov. There are no added costs or hidden fees, ever. Filing your tax return is fast, easy, and always free for eligible taxpayers at tax.ny.gov. Are you forming a corporation, LLC, or trust?
Searching for anonymity?
Tax savings and asset protection for your family or business?
If so, get a free information packet by texting the word FREE to 212-962-1000.
Form your New York corporation now for less than $175.
Get your free information packet by texting the word FREE to 212-962-1000.
Hablamos español. Don't parle français. Free information packet provided by the team at Spiegel and Trera PC and AmeriLawyer.com.
Wins News Time, 2:51. Let's get to traffic and transit on the one. Here's Gloria Chapa.
Let's start you out in Staten Island. So unfortunately, got a crash on the westbound Staten Island Expressway. If you're heading into Victory Boulevard, looks like we got a crash there, and it's blocking the left lane. Definitely starting to see some delays building up as well. Let's go ahead and take you over to Manhattan, northbound FDR Drive, just after Houston Street. There's a crash blocking the left lane, and you have delays back before the Brooklyn Bridge right now, unfortunately. And then moving you over to the Southern State on Long Island. Here's what we see on Long Island's Big 3, westbound Southern State. This is before Bethpage State Parkway in Oyster Bay. You have a crash on the right shoulder with some delays building up as well. No problems on the North State or the LIE. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. The George, 25 minutes in, 20 out. The Lincoln and Holland are 25 minutes inbound, 15 minutes outbound. The Verrazano Bridge is heavy on both levels going into Brooklyn. And you're going to see Manhattan-bound delays on the Battery Tunnel and Brooklyn-bound delays on the Brooklyn Bridge. Now, the Manhattan Bridge, still looking pretty good. This report is sponsored by New York State Free File. I'm Gloria Chapa. Our next report at 301-1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Wins News Time, 2:52. Now for your official 1010 Wins AccuWeather forecast, we hand it over to meteorologist John Ferrick.
So we're going to have a gusty breeze still out there the rest of the afternoon, but it should die off as we head for the evening. Mostly clear sky for tonight. We're down to 41 in Midtown, 30s in most suburbs. And then for tomorrow, for the solar eclipse tomorrow afternoon, we'll have some higher clouds working in. Overall, though, it's a pretty nice day for tomorrow, and it'll be milder. We'll top out in the mid-60s, and then sunny to partly cloudy, even warmer for Tuesday. That's the nicest day of the week. We're up into the mid-70s, and cooler Wednesday, a couple of showers around a high 59. And then it looks like we'll see more rain and even a few thunderstorms Thursday into Friday. Right now in Central Park, 59 and partly sunny, going down to 41 tonight in Midtown. Meteorologist John Ferrick on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
Wins News Time, 2:53.
The exciting city of Manchester offers neighborhoods bursting with character, with a mix of old and new architecture, pleasantly blended side by side, an exciting culinary scene, and events and festivals taking place throughout the year. You're guaranteed to create unexpected, treasured memories. Let Aer Lingus help you lift off on your Manchester adventure with daily nonstop flights from JFK. Visit airlingus.com to reserve your seat, or go to visit manchester.com to plan your adventure to Manchester today.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy, and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
We're going abroad for the first time in years.
to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Wayne's News Time 254. Today, Rwanda is marking 30 years since the beginning of the genocide, which began April 7th, 1994, when members of the dominant ethnic group began a 100-day killing spree, targeting the ethnic minority with at least 800,000 people eventually killed.
For the first time, France is expected to acknowledge it could have stopped the genocide, along with its allies, but lacked the will. Rwanda's recovery has been remarkable, but unresolved tensions from that dark period have been linked to alleged assassinations, suppression of dissent, and conflict in neighboring Congo.
Correspondent Ann Soy with that report. Wins News Time 255. A warning now for consumers from our senior senator in the state, Chuck Schumer.
Major credit cards that millions of New Yorkers carry each day, Capital One and Discover, could soon become one company in a multi-billion-dollar merger with really bad potential consequences for consumers.
Schumer is also demanding more public information about the merger. Plains News Time 255. Ice Spice, looming larger than life over our native city. An inflatable replica of the rapper seen rolling around on a flatbed truck yesterday. The unexpected sight was promoting her new nocturnal collection with Alexander Wang. It debuted March 7th. It's described as working in both the designer and rapper's New York roots, taking inspiration from the city's culture and each of their personal styles. Looks range from denim dresses to chic tailored pants, with prices from the Ice Spice Alexander Wang collection starting at $150, running just short of $1,500. Wins News Time 256. Now Bloomberg Money Watch on 1010 Wins.
The effort to gain widespread U.S. adoption of electric vehicles has hit a big pothole, at least relative to market hopes.
Two things are true at once. Demand for electric vehicles in the United States continues to grow, but at the same time, that demand growth is slowing.
David Sandalo at Columbia University Center on Global Energy Policy says it's slowing for familiar reasons.
Prices are just too high. The average price for electric vehicle is around $50,000.
Also affecting sales, Sandalo says, high interest rates, which are weighing on the whole of the auto business. And there's the whole charging infrastructure thing.
It's an interesting chicken and egg problem. When you ask potential buyers of electric vehicles why they may be reluctant to buy an EV, they have from point to charging infrastructure. But then once they buy the vehicle, they rarely use that public infrastructure.
Now time for gasoline.
They're charging at home or at work. Still, even if reality doesn't match perception, with people wanting more charging stations than we actually might need, EV sales growth may keep decelerating. Bloomberg Money Watch is 26
You have a perception.
every hour. I'm Andrew O'Day for 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Wins News Time 257.
Honey, is our car still in the warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problem. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox
Maybe the
takes
gas
more?
station has
Free oil changes, free tire rotation.
coffee. Maybe the gas station has
What's the number?
800-230-3989. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now. 800-230-3989.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-230-3989. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-230-3989 or oxcarcare.com.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurk in the shadows. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces. Just by giving her a fair hug, she masqueraded as a regular person at work.
but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. Lands news time 2:59 this afternoon. Cloud, sun, a cool breeze, high 58. We're pretty much about right there, 55. Sunny skies tonight. We're mainly clear with a low 41. Seeing 30s in most suburbs. Tomorrow is milder. Sun mixes up with some clouds. Overall fair viewing conditions for the solar eclipse. And a high of 65 Tuesday. Even better. Sunny, warmer, high 75. More people get their news from 1010 Winds. And from any other radio station in the nation, we tune in on Thursday. Zachary Newman, the editor, and I am Stephanie Officer.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Winds at 92.3 FM, New York. Good afternoon. We're up to 59 degrees at 3 o'clock. I'm Mike Michigan. Here's what's happening. Today marks 6 months since the Hamas attack on Israel. Ceasefire negotiations have reportedly resumed in Cairo. Some Israeli troops have left southern Gaza, and a rally for the hostages is taking place outside the UN. 14 people injured, including 5 firefighters in a house fire in Bath Beach, Rwanda. Where to watch tomorrow's eclipse. And arrest of a man carrying a machete on the subway. And another problem for a plane in flight. Sports, all eyes this afternoon on Iowa and South Carolina, playing for the NCAA Women's Hoops title. The Yankees are hosting the Jays. The Mets are in Cincinnati as we speak. Knicks, Nets, Rangers, Devils all in action as well. Time 3:01. Time for traffic and transit with Gloria Chapa.
Well, I'm checking out the jam cams because I found reports of an accident on the westbound Grand Central in Queens. This is at the BQE. It is blocking, at this point, it looks like the right and center lanes with fire department activity and police activity. This is definitely going to cause you some heavy delays as you make your way past the airport, so just keep that in mind. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and move you over to Staten Island, westbound Staten Island Expressway at Victory Boulevard. There's a crash there blocking the left lane, definitely some delays. And then moving you into New Jersey, eastbound 280 after the Stickle Memorial Bridge in Harrison, there's a car fire in the left side as well. Now here's
1,200 Israelis on October 7th. Netanyahu said Israel is one step away from victory, but that the price Israel paid is painful and heartbreaking. He also said there will be no ceasefire without the return of 133 Israeli hostages, some of whom have been pronounced dead.
Israel is withdrawing some of its forces from southern Gaza this weekend. There are also Egyptian news media reports that ceasefire negotiations have resumed in Cairo. Closer to home, a rally for the hostages being held today outside the UN.
They chanted over and over again, "Let them go now." 6 months after the Israeli-Hamas war started, 133 hostages are still being held. The focus by each speaker was on the hostages and the torture they've endured. Congressman Gerald Nadler echoed the words to bring them home, but then he said the U.S. should press for humanitarian aid for the Palestinians, and the crowd disapproved.
We must do more to include and assist those suffering. We must protect those.
Many in the crowd held posters with the pictures of the captives, and they waved and wore Israeli flags. Carol Dioria, 1010 Winds at 92.3 FM, across the street from the United Nations.
Winds News Time 3:04. 14 people, including 5 firefighters, have been injured in a fire in Bath Beach, Brooklyn. Started just before 10 o'clock on the second floor of a 3-story home on Shore Parkway. Fire was brought under control about 45 minutes later. The 9 people who were taken to the hospital are being treated for smoke inhalation. Firefighters also have minor injuries. It's not known how the fire started. So you're looking for someplace to watch the eclipse tomorrow. You've got plenty of choices.
There are all kinds of watch parties and events across the area. Some, like the viewing on the flight deck of the USS Intrepid, are first come, first served.
Other events range from a free watch party at the Brooklyn Botanic Garden to a $99 a head experience at the One World Observatory. Now, no matter how you're watching the eclipse, please do not look at it without the special glasses. You can do serious, permanent damage to your vision without feeling it or seeing it until it's too late. We've got everything you need to know about the solar eclipse in our area at 1010winds.com. I'm Kathleen Marple-Cow, 1010 Winds at 92.3 FM.
Governor Hochul with some advice today for those hitting the road for upstate and western New York State tomorrow.
So pack your patience along with snacks and water, and make sure you have a full tank of gas. We've been in communication with our gas stations all across New York. Be ready, fill up in advance.
And this whole thing is expected to do big business for towns throughout upstate and western New York State. A stabbing outside a migrant shelter on West 57th Street. Police say one man stabbed another in the chest and arm, then ran away. The victim is 35 years old. He's expected to survive. It happened around 6 o'clock last night outside the Watson Hotel. Two major credit companies could soon merge into one, and that could be bad news for consumers, so says Senator Schumer.
If these two companies merge, this is Capital One and Discover. It could mean higher interest rates, bigger fees, less competition for tens of millions of customers and millions in New York and Long Island.
Schumer says he's demanded information about the proposed merger. Quick check of AccuWeather. We are looking tonight at mainly clear conditions, low of 41 in the city, 30s in most of the burbs. Tomorrow, milder. Sunshine mixing with clouds, high of 65, and what's called fair viewing conditions expected for the solar eclipse in our area. Sunny to partly cloudy Tuesday, warmer, high of 75, and colder on Wednesday with a shower around and a high of 59. Wednesday time 306. New Jersey's cherry blossom season is in full bloom. The Essex County Cherry Blossom Festival officially kicked off yesterday in Branch Brook Park in Newark. It runs until next weekend. Park stewards at Branch Brook say full bloom for the trees will be between now and April 14th. Senator Booker, a Central Ward resident, says Newark beats Washington, D.C. when it comes to cherry blossoms. And indeed, it is a beautiful sight. It's Tulip Day in Union Square. There are 200,000 tulips on display right now in the park. Marks the 400th anniversary of Dutch settlers arriving in New York. Nadine Grindel is the social media director of the event.
When you arrive in Union Square, you'll see 200,000 tulips chasing over the park. And we want to welcome thousands of people to enjoy this special area. There'll be tulips of all colors, all variants, and it really just kind of showcases spring and the meaning of bringing people together for a special event.
Tulip Day celebrations have previously been held in Amsterdam and San Francisco, but this is a first for New York City. A man with a machete was arrested at the 50th and 8th Avenue subway station. The Post reports 2 transit police officers spotted the man with a large blade on the southbound platform Friday morning. He was reportedly acting erratically. 43-year-old Justin Wajno was arrested and charged. In Rwanda, a grim anniversary. Today marks 30 years since the start of the genocide.
Kwibuka, meaning remembrance, will be marked with solemn events and extension from leisure activities across Rwanda. With this spread to movies will cease to play on radio and television during a week-long national mourning period. Guards of trust will stay and flag will fly half-hour.
That is correspondent Annie Soy reporting. Back in this country, 10 students from the University of South Carolina were injured in a charter bus.
Please leave your message for 646-709-260.
When's news time? 3:09.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A Jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-291-7154. That's 800-291-7154 right
right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payment for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-291-7154. That's 800-291-7154. 800-291-7154.
Now this message, sexually harassed at work, call the law firm of Kleinman Ginsburg. Call 877-8-JOB-LAW.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Presenting a Game Flames love story. Dear love of my life. We were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Game Flames. Try Game Flames with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Dominating breed.
Well, got a couple of things going on in Queens. The first one is westbound on the LA and Cross Island Parkway. There's a breakdown in the big wide SUV. Got the back door open, the hatch, I should say, and off on the shoulder. Please be extra cautious as you make your way through. This is backing up into Long Island. If you'd like to keep the north safe, from Central instead. Meanwhile,
Thanks, John. Wins News Time 3:13. Coming up, a great weekend for college basketball fans. A difficult weekend for compulsive gamblers.
1 in 6 black men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in his lifetime, and we're more than twice as likely to die from the disease. Plus, a family history of prostate cancer can double your risk. We can do something about it. We can take control of our health, and that starts with talking to your doctor about getting screened for prostate cancer with a simple blood test. Because it's your life. And when prostate cancer is caught early, it's highly treatable. We need to do this for ourselves, for our family, and for future generations. If you want more info on how to take action, the Prostate Cancer Foundation is here to help. For more than 30 years, PCF has funded cutting-edge research that sees new treatments in the clinic, helping patients live longer with fewer complications. Go to pcf.org/know-your-risk today to learn more about prostate cancer and how you can advocate for yourself. Remember, it's your life.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our spring storage event.
Oh, hi.
Save big on storage with lots of new lower prices and limited time offers.
Perfect. I'm making the winter to spring swap, and I have no idea where to put my sweaters and gloves.
We can help you get organized and store winter away. And we've got in-store events for more inspiration.
Sign me up.
Visit us in store from 320 to 49 or at IKEA-USA.com/IKEA Spring Storage for more details. Much may vary by store and online. See store at IKEA-USA.com/IKEA Spring Storage for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Hey, doctors represent actual clients. I was hurt in a car accident. My attorney now at the Barnes firm, they got me $6 million.
My attorney got me $5 million.
My attorney got me $1.4 million.
My attorney's got me $2 million.
I'm attorney Rich Barnes. If you need help after a crash, call us. We will help get you the best result possible. Call the Barnes firm now.
The Barnes firm. Attorneys. Call 1-800-8-billion.
These results don't predict future outcomes. Manhattan, Long Island.
Wednesday news time 3:15. March Madness is winding down. It's also bringing an end to some of the biggest weekends of sports betting.
Arnie Wexler calls himself a recovering gambler. His last bet in 1968. He says the preponderance of online sports betting and advertising has brought down the age of compulsive gamblers.
I got one case in Chicago where the kid tells the parents, I can't go back to school, I'll be an outcast, I'm the only one not gambling.
Americans are expected to bet in the neighborhood of $3 billion by the time March Madness ends. Many gamblers looking for the big score.
They always say this is going to be the bailout. This is going to change their life. This is going to make them a winner.
The tournament is over and that doesn't happen, Wexler says. That's when gambling helplines or counselors like him start getting calls. People asking, what do I do now?
It's correspondent Peter King. Scary takeoff for passengers on the Southwest Airlines flight out of Denver heading to Houston Sunday morning.
Let's go ahead and declare an emergency.
About 10 minutes after Southwest Airlines Flight 3695 lifted off from Denver, a big chunk of the engine cover came off and was blowing in the wind. The blue engine cover gone, stuck on the wing, exposing the inside of the engine. The pilots declared an emergency and returned to Denver.
That's going to be 143 souls on board.
The audio from liveatc.net. The Boeing 737-800 landed safely back in Denver and was towed to a gate. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Wednesday's time, 3:17. Boeing's CEO is on his way out, but he is certainly not leaving empty-handed.
Boeing may be under scrutiny these days after a number of incidents with its planes in the sky. But on the ground, CEO Dave Calhoun is still making millions of dollars. He's stepping down later this year. In 2023, he received compensation worth almost $33 million. That's an increase of around 45%. Most of the pay package is in deferred stock, which has declined in value amid the company's safety crisis. It's now worth almost $25 million, according to a federal filing. It's unknown how much Calhoun will get when he steps down.
It's correspondent Wendy Gillette. Wednesday's time, 3:17.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral service. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review your ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of
someone that has a proven 1-800-NOW-HURT or art.com.
What a voice still. All these years, all the hits, the incomparable Frankie Valli in the Four Seasons in concert on Long Island. We've got your tickets coming up this week between 10 a.m. and 10:20.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good afternoon. We have 59 degrees at 3:20. I'm Bud Mishkin. Here's what's happening. Today marks 6 months since the Hamas attack on Israel. Ceasefire negotiations have reportedly resumed in Cairo. Some Israeli troops have left southern Gaza. And there's a rally for hostages taking place outside the UN. The cleanup going on in the Bronx River after the spill of thousands of gallons of oil.
Delancey Street using
All
the right
eyes on
lane.
Caitlin Clark and women's basketball right now. The game is underway. Iowa taking on South Carolina for the NCAA women's title. We bought groceries at Walmart in recent
Turn right on Delancey Street on Delancey Street 3 lanes.
Up to
Then turn left
$500.
on Bowery.
And under the heading of Every Day is National Something Day, today is National Beer Day. Sports, as I mentioned, the Iowa-South Carolina championship game is underway. First quarter with Iowa up by 9. Yankees are also underway at the stadium, and at last word they're leading Toronto 5-1 in the top of the 5th. The Mets and Cincinnati lead 3-1 in the 6th. The Knicks, Nets, Rangers, Devils in action tonight. Twins News Time 3:21. Time for traffic and transit with Gloria Chapa.
Yo, Scott, what's up, Scott? We have a crash reported, and I'm looking at delays back almost to Knapp Street right now. Meanwhile, heading over to the westbound like Ian Queens at the Cross Island Parkway, there is a breakdown. It's a big white SUV. Person is actually out of the car and on the shoulder, so please be extra cautious. It's blocking the left lane. And westbound Grand Central to BQ, that accident is gone, and there's delays breaking up as well. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. At the George Washington Bridge, 25 to 30 in, 20 to 25 out. Lincoln and Holland are 25 in, 15 out. You're going to see some slow traffic in both directions on the Brooklyn Bridge. Manhattan-bound delays at the Williamsburg Bridge. Manhattan Bridge actually looks pretty good. The Verrazano is slow on both levels going into Brooklyn. On Staten Island, westbound Staten Island Expressway at Victory Boulevard, there's a crash there. The left lane is blocked. And delays aren't quite back to Highland Boulevard, but starting to get there, unfortunately. I'm Gloria Chapa. Our next report is at 3:31, 10:10 Winds, 92.3 FM.
There are some updates on this day as far as the war in Gaza and Israel is concerned. This date, 6 months after the Hamas attack on Israel that killed some 1,200. Today's updates include the removal of some Israeli troops from southern Gaza. Correspondent Charles de Ledesma.
On Sunday, Israel's military announced it was drawing back forces from the 98th Paratrooper Division, who had been operating in the area of your destination in southern Gaza. The Hamas stronghold has been the main focus of Israel's offensive in recent months. That brings Israeli troop levels in Gaza to some of the lowest levels since the war began, raising questions about plans for
this was Scott, yeah?
Yes.
Welcome.
Yeah. An Israeli offensive has raised global alarm, including from top ally the US, which has demanded to see a credible plan to protect civilians. I'm Charles Dillard.
Closer to home, a rally is being held today outside the UN with families of the hostages calling for their release.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Israeli flag, and others waved it high above their heads. Their message was simple: let the 133 hostages go now. Anna held up a photo of one of the captives, 23-year-old Romy Donet, a distant cousin.
I really hope she's still alive. It breaks my heart. I really hope she's still alive. And I don't know. No.
And Harvey and Henny were there to lend their support too.
So the hostages should be freed and Hamas should be destroyed.
In one piece, Hamas can do it. They started it. They can release the hostages. Congressman Gerald Gardner said the hostages should be freed immediately. But the crowd attempts to shout him down when he said humanitarian aid should be given to the Palestinian people. Carol Diori, 10 minutes, and 92.3 FM across the United Nations.
News Time 3:24. A major cleanup is underway in the Bronx River after an oil spill.
In a quarter of a mile, use the left lane to turn left on Worth Street.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take the FDR to 40 seconds.
Attention homeowners. It's a new year. Do you still have the same old mortgage problem? Are you behind on 800-503-1125. Or visit them at finelawoffices.com. That's finelawoffices.com.
Look at Tim.
Wednesday time, 326. Now, Bloomberg Money Watch. There's just enough commercial jet planes available to meet demand. April started out with United Airlines asking its pilots to take time off in May because of delays in receiving new planes that the airline ordered from Boeing, which is struggling with production due to manufacturing problems. But the troubles run even deeper.
This has been a multi-year issue. It's affected both Airbus and Boeing. It's affected all of the major engine manufacturers.
Stephen Townend, the head of aircraft leasing company DOC Aviation.
We have not seen this imbalance.
Use the left lane to turn left on 4th Street. Then turn right on St. James Place.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
Turn right on St. James Place.
What normally would have been produced during that period, and it will take several years to make it up.
In a quarter of a mile, use the left lane to turn left to FDR Drive North.
On 92.3 FM.
There we were, cruising through the new open-air zoo, when I realized that the park was closing in like 15 minutes. That's when the afternoon took
In 1,000 feet, turn left, then stay to the right. Turn left, then stay to the right to FDR Drive North.
Coming up, the suspects now under arrest for the arson.
Watch out, hazard reported ahead. Stay to the right to FDR Drive North.
I think they should build a divide around the corn to keep the boat away
Are
from,
they having big
from the
tankers
lakes.
come all the way up here? Are there big tankers that come all the way up the river?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes, yeah, you know, it's Brooklyn Harbor, a cruise boat, you know, it's inevitable.
That was a big tanker that hit.
I know, but if that section has the divider,
right,
then you won't hit the legs, you know.
Yeah.
You hit the legs, and there's nothing. It's vulnerable.
In 3.2 miles, take exit 9, East 42nd Street.
Australians at Bar-in-Law are experienced in handling all types of immigration cases. Bar-in-Law can help you file for your green card or citizenship. Call Bar-in-Law first at 646-894-5900.
As an immigrant myself, I understand what you're going through. My passion makes me take your case personally. Call Bar-in-Law first at 646-894-5900.
Emergency vehicle reported ahead.
Yeah.
I'm speaking to Mr. Adler.
Yes.
Yes, hi, this is Tamara. I'm calling from Memorial Sloan Brain Cancer Center. You're part of our study called Taxi Rwanda. Yeah, so this is starting for your 6-month follow-up. And yeah, we are doing healthcare at Taxi Clubhouse this week on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure, no problem.
Okay, so I'll text you the address.
Text the information,
time.
yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please come and
Take
stop
care.
by. All right.
Mono Emmanuel, HLEAH, Mono. Speed trap reported ahead.
budget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrap the new Amazon Echo or Google Home. Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Receive a new Sonos speaker? Check out Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you receive this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today.
Time for 346, a bouquet of colors, bringing up in Union Square. As we speak, there are 200,000 tulips on display right now in the park. Smells really good. Nadine Ringo, event social media director, tells us why.
Future for all readers who love to commemorate this year's anniversary of the first settlers leaving the Dublin environment over 400 years ago, and it symbolizes another 400 years of collaboration and friendship between the United States and the Netherlands.
Celebrations have already been held in Amsterdam and San Francisco. This is the first year for Unspecified Apple. Across the river in New Jersey, cops looking for the thief who they say made off with $100,000 worth of collectibles.
Speed trap reported ahead.
The loop on Newark Avenue in Jersey City around 4:30 Friday morning. The store's owner, Marsh, had a smoke taken to 7 out of the news.
It's just really gut-wrenching to get that call, you know. It's very sad when you're at home and you get called by your business being robbed that way.
The suspect used a bolt cutter to get into the store before hurling rocks through the window. When speed time 347, something smells in the Bronx River, which is why they know the cleanup crew still dealing with fluid leaking into it.
Edison says 1,000 gallons of non-hazardous oil accidentally spilled into the Bronx River. Nearby residents at Pearson say the river is wet. Have you smelled anything in the last couple of days? Of course. What does it smell like?
It's very like very bad, very bad.
Edison confirmed that earlier this week that dielectric fluid spilled onto a storm drain in Narren Avenue from a Con Edison transmission feeder in Yonkers. But there's hope. Cleanup crews are on the scene tackling the slick mess. Houston is not at the Pastor Martinez ended wins on 92.3 FM in Bronx.
When news time 3:48, Governor Hochul went over prep for tomorrow's total eclipse. All we can talk about good views of it are circled along the path of totality. We are headed, of course, as it passes across the northern edge of New York State to the five stargazers, sungazers, moons, to allow plenty of travel time and heavy traffic around the viewing zone. It is breathtaking to see the sun covered in its totality, leaving us near mortal from darkness for over 3 minutes. And after you gaze up into the sky to see that eclipse, what do you do with those specialty glasses afterwards?
Don't throw them away. Nonprofit Astronomers Without Borders is running its second nationwide Eclipse Glasses Recycling Drive. They've enlisted hundreds of schools, museums, city governments, businesses, community organizations, and local libraries to collect them. And then the group will clean them up and ship them to underserved communities around the world for future solar eclipses. The next one is just 6 months from now, but we won't be able to see it here in the U.S. It will only be visible from a remote area at the southern tip of South America.
Find it, Stacey Lynn. Boy, the vast the reach of this globe just incredible. So this is on the rebuilding front of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Maryland Governor Wes Moore was asked on Face the Nation this morning if May is a global time frame to reopen it.
It's realistic, and I think that it's going to take something to be a 24/7 operation, which is full function, and that means being able to not just continue the maritime operations that we have, and also it's understanding how important that port is, not just to Baltimore, but to the entire country.
Federal funding has been given for that rebuild.
the phone.
Here's what you need to know about the bridges and
Club
tunnels.
window.
The Newark is 25 to 30 in, 20 to 25 out. Lincoln and Harbor, 25 and 60 now.
Good.
And you're going to see
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
on the Brooklyn Bridge. I'm going to South Fire next to City 401, 1010 Wins, 92.3 FM. Trips and falls, and then they use the call.
718-561-1111.
Grace Law Group, Grace Law Group.
Don't miss. Call me. Personal injury attorney, Alexander Grissom.
With dew time 352, now it's time for your official sentiment but forecast for the meteorologist Don Jarrett.
A diminishing breeze out there as we head into the evening. We'll have mostly clear skies for tonight. Down to 41 in Midtown, 30 in the suburbs. Obviously, everyone's talking about the solar eclipse tomorrow afternoon. We could have some higher mid-level clouds in here during the afternoon tomorrow. It could limit viewing conditions tomorrow a little bit. But overall, it's a pretty nice day. We're up to 65. We're partly cloudy tomorrow night down to 53. Best day of the week, Tuesday, sunshine to clouds are up to the mid-70s, and then cooler on Wednesday, 2 showers, high 59, more rain possible Thursday and Friday. Right now in Central Park, we've got 58 with the sun going down to 41 tonight in Midtown. Back in the North John Stewart on New York's weather station, 1010 winds and 92.3 FM.
Wind dew time 353. Johnny wouldn't be here if it wasn't for St. Jude and Deccan. Imagine a better place to be.
You know, it's a cliche thing to say, but I feel like my faith in humanity has been restored. The second we arrived here, we had food, housing, transportation, treatment, you name it, it was taken care of by St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. There was not a single other care in the world except for money, because St. Jude made that happen. The best way I can really describe it is this is heaven on earth. To the people who donate to St. Jude, you know, I just want them to know that I don't think anyone in this world or anything in this world has given me a greater gift. We came as two desperate parents, and they saved our daughter's life.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Wind dew time 354. Arizona is joining a number of other states in trying to quell abortion rights before voters hit polls in November.
A signature drive is underway to add a constitutional right to abortion in Arizona. 384,000 valid petition signatures are due by July 3rd. Enthusiasm is surpassing expectations.
We surpassed 500,000 signatures from Arizona voters.
Chris Love, advisor to Arizona for Abortion Access, is seeing a broad coalition of support.
Gender identity, political affiliation, whether you live in a metro area or a rural area, and we're counting on all of those people to put this on the ballot.
Stephen Kaufman with that report. Well, a new report finds just 57 companies are linked to 80% Senate woman greenhouse gas emissions since 2016.
The Carbon Makers database analyzed 122 of the world's biggest private and state-owned polluters, found the majority have increased production since 2016 despite commitments to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement. The American company that was the biggest contributor during this period was ExxonMobil, which accounted for 1.4% of global emissions.
Was correspondent Lana Zach. A passionate baseball fan who has received a one-of-a-kind gift from his very favorite team.
Bo Thompson lives in Madison, Wisconsin. It's about 150 miles away from his passion. Thompson loves the Chicago Cubs so much, he's been collecting Cubs baseball cards for 7 years. His goal? To get 1 million of them. MLB.com reports he recently got 999,999. Cubs took notice, decided to make something special out of it by giving him number 1 million. That card was one of the
ready. And with eBay guaranteed fit, it'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, with these prices, well, we're burning book, not cash. If you're ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Prescriptions required. Online consultation with a healthcare provider will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Prescription required. Price varies based on product and prescription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online. Go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the price is
Head to your pickup at 730 3rd Ave.
free online visit. Go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/JOY. Thinking of selling your home? Don't just sell out.
Turn right on 3rd Avenue, then pick up Josh on the left. Message from Josh. I'm holding up a yellow light on my phone. Automated message.
WINS FM in HD1 New York. Always live on the free Odyssey app. All right, well, tonight we're making it clear. Low 41 in our city. The 30s in most suburbs. Tomorrow, milder sun mixes up with clouds again. Fair viewing conditions for our solar eclipse. High 65 Tuesday, even better. Sunny high 75. More news from Hendon Wind. And from any other radio station in the nation. Jenny Keaton, our service aide. Tony Mercado over at the editor's desk. And I am Stephanie Officer.
Head northeast on 3rd Avenue.
Yeah, how you doing? Welcome. Go to sunny side. Sunny side.
Does it snap, or you have to know
you get used to where the thing is, and then it snaps. It's just not like a super snap unless you buy a case that's a super snap. I have no problem with it. It makes a noise.
Heading up into Atlantic Avenue as well. Meanwhile, eastbound on the Belt Parkway in Brooklyn, it's going to be slow in pockets from Flatbush Avenue into Erskine Street. Here's what we see on Long Island 63. A few pockets of delay in both directions between the Meadowbrook and the Wantagh. The west and north state is slow coming off of Willis Avenue into Wilkesboro Road, and then a little bit slow on the west on LAE going into Queens. Also, the Saxon southbound and before the Southern State, you have a crash on the right shoulder. You need to know about the bridges and tunnels. George 25 to 30 in, 20 to 25 out, Lincoln 25 in, 15 out, and it's the same with the Holland. I'm Gloria top hour. Next we'll put it 411 Pendleton, 92.3 FM.
There are several updates on the war in Gaza and Israel on this day. As David marks 6 months since Hamas's attack on Israel. Correspondent Holly Williams in Tel Aviv.
Israel's military said it now only has one division in
this whole section's filled in. There's no blank. There's no empty space. And then this is.
Which means that they've got to pump it up. If they can the plastic, so it's all one thing. I see it.
It's full.
Well, I mean, the camera does stick out, which means the case would have to either get thicker over here to make it flush, or it would have to have little things on the inside to like push up against the phone. Oh, it's sticking out. It's still sticking out. Yeah, it still sticks out.
Yeah, it's just it's more bush. I have to put up that little cover that area and have stuff get in between. I'm sure it's cool. You know, you can clean it, so it's not.
No, it isn't. It isn't. Get it too.
Stupid fucking.
I guess that's what they're around.
Yeah, just. I was thinking like people
Pretty
judge
sure
based on how many cameras you have.
Steve Jobs never, in a million years, would have ever released a product that looks like this. It just would never happen. He would find a way to change the entire optics industry so that the fucking thing could fit inside.
We don't have that guy anymore. It's sad.
It's even sadder that nobody, after all these years, nobody seems to be able to compete. Nobody seems to care about anything.
I think it's everything. This is we were talking about this years ago. No one in making new generation of directors or sculptors or designers or anything how to do anything. They just let them show up and do the job. This is how it is in the areas. So they just
You can't teach innovation.
yeah, just try to. It's still some concept. This is a bit. This is
Well, I mean, this is what's his face. What is it? Right? Well, let's take a quick look.
open the trunk?
No, no. Sorry, what?
No, just hang out for a minute.
I'll be back.
Yeah, okay.
Just drop you.
Head to your drop-off at Delta. Turn right.
I'll let you know when I land. Thank you.
Go La Guardia.
Guardia.
What terminal?
C for Delta.
C like Charlie or Cookie.
Charlie, yep. Delta.
Charlie or Cookie.
Charlie Cookie.
Charlie Choo-Choo Train. Charlie Choo-Choo Train. It's a nice area here. It's a nice area, close to the city, not too far from the city.
What?
This area.
Oh, Sunnyside's great. Yeah, Sunnyside has everything you want, and it's more affordable.
Nice restaurant. The subway.
In 600 feet, turn left on Queens Boulevard.
One block from the subway.
Turn left on Queens Boulevard. Speed trap reported ahead. In 900 feet, use the left 3 lanes to continue on Queens Boulevard. In 800 feet, use the right lane to stay to the right to I-278 East, Brooklyn Queens Expressway, RFK Bridge. Then stay to the right. Stay to the right to I-278 East, Brooklyn Queens Expressway, RFK Bridge. Then stay to the right to I-278 East, Brooklyn Queens Expressway toward RFK Bridge. Watch out, hazard reported ahead. Stay to the right to I-278 East, Brooklyn Queens Expressway toward RFK Bridge. In 1 mile, take exit 42, Grand Central Parkway East toward LaGuardia Airport. Watch out, hazard reported ahead.
Anywhere here is okay?
Yes, anywhere.
Okay, let's go to this side. Okay. Thank you. Choosing us. Have a good day, good weekend, good flight. Have something in the back. Good luck.
Yes.
Take care.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Look at that lady. She's a driver. She is an Uber driver. Wearing a tight place. Hopefully I get somebody going back to the city. Hopefully I get somebody going back to the city. Hopefully. She said thank you. She said thank you very much. She said thank you very much. She said thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Funny. Mr. Funny. Money, Mr. Funny. It's a declare day. Money, Mr. Funny. It's a declare day. Money, Mr. Funny. Viva, baby day. Viva la viva. Let me check out Terminal B. Let me see something Terminal B, right? Mami Kashti. On to the next one. The Guardia. Let me see, where is Uncle Ali?
Please leave your message for 646.
Lord. Money, Mr. Funny. It's going. Money, Mr. Funny. Tita.
I'm available 24 hours a day. 718-561-1111. Your personal injury case
Mami
has been.
Kashti.
Please allow my received practice to help you discover. Choosing the right personal injury firm and determine the compensation you'll receive. Is that?
Time 4:38. Mark has the news, entertainment news. Where it all started, millions of Apple fans around the world yesterday celebrated their
Master Funi, Tita Tita. Papa, 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 papa.
War records rather between 150 million and 385 million records. It's a stellar career, of course. Mamma Mia, as you just mentioned, still.
Mamma Mia, Papa, Tita Tata.
Hope you're all enjoying this great classic rock. This is the music to get you going no matter what you need to do. And for the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner to help keep your facility safe and your people
Money.
Click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done while listening to classic rock.
We're going abroad for the first time in years to Spain. So we started using Apple. In just 3 weeks, we begin to have conversations.
Stand up. Get up, stand up. And stand up for you, Mike.
Bennett also met with families before speaking to that crowd of thousands. Mayor Adams is also on hand to speak with the families. Wind News on 444.
Come out to Yankee Stadium on Saturday, April 20th, and celebrate Aaron Judge's legendary 62 home run record-breaking season. It's Aaron Judge number 62 bobblehead day, presented by TikTok. For tickets and album seats, part 2 of the Beast Interlocking bobblehead set. For tickets or on Yankees.com/tickets. And don't miss Aaron Judge number 62 bobblehead day, presented by TikTok. For the Yankees face Saturday on Saturday, April 20th.
Founder of Harvard Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio for my studio apartment. JC helped me go from one Pilates studio to 3. Because if you start small, you're going to need a big house.
JC Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business expenses. For your business, don't fear the possible. Save your business. Make more with your business. Card issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member of CAC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Please, News Time 445. Something spilled into the Bronx River. 1,000 gallons leaked from a Con Ed feeder in Yonkers. Now the odor wafting from it is another problem.
Have you smelled anything in the last couple of days coming from
Of course.
What does it smell like?
It's very like very bad, very bad.
Con Edison says the non-hazardous dielectric fluid accidentally spilled into the Bronx River earlier this month. Resident Pearson says the river smells.
Like dry, dirty clothes.
Dirty clothes?
Yeah.
Cleanup crews tackling the mess have positioned 7 booms across the river, starting at McLean Avenue in Yonkers down to Fordham Road in the Bronx. This will help absorb the liquid. Pearson is glad.
Because a lot of people, they live by the river.
Con Edison says there are no current reported health or environmental concerns. Astrid Martinez, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM in the Bronx.
More violence in the MTA subway system to tell you about. This time on board a southbound E-train this morning. Police tell Wind. A 34-year-old man was riding at 53rd and Lexington in Manhattan just before 5 this morning. When he was stabbed twice in the back with an unknown object, he was taken to Bellevue in stable condition. Sources say police are now looking for 3 subjects. Well, a man now under arrest for setting a fire at Senator Bernie Sanders' Vermont office. Federal prosecutors say Shop Sogomonian has been charged with setting a fire outside Senator Bernie Sanders' Burlington, Vermont office on Friday. The lawmaker was not there and no one was injured. Officials say Sogomonian, who is 35 and previously of Northridge, California, entered the building, went to Sanders' 3rd floor office, where security video showed him spraying a liquid on the door and setting it on fire. The motive remains unclear. The building suffered some fire and water damage. I'm Julie Walker. Wind News Time 447.
Attention homeowners. It's a new year. Do you still have the same old mortgage problem? Are you behind on your mortgage and facing foreclosure? Fine Law Offices has helped thousands of your neighbors lower their monthly mortgages and save their homes. Call 1-800-503-1125. That's 800-503-1125. Banks are foreclosing on homes every day. Don't let your bank push you out of your home. Call Fine Law Offices at 1-800-503-1125. If you need Law Offices at 1-800-503-1125. Fine Law Offices is a 50-year-old A-plus rated law firm, and the consultation is always free. Call 1-800-503-1125. 800-503-1125. Or visit them at finelawoffices.com. That's finelawoffices.com.
Wind News Time 448. Well, the much-hyped solar eclipse is just about upon us. Happens tomorrow afternoon. Our forecast looks good here in the city to see some of that eclipse. The total eclipse can be viewed way upstate. Governor Hochul with a few spots. In New York, we know that the path of totality goes through Jamestown, Rochester, Buffalo, Niagara Falls, and on to Plattsburgh. You can
Hey, how you doing? I'm in airport. I'm in LaGuardia Airport. I'm with all the airplane. What happened? What happened?
I asked. You didn't listen to me.
Where is Mama?
You didn't listen to me.
Why? What happened?
You go from your far away, and I asked you to do it somewhere close to the house.
Oh, okay. I'm on the way close to the house. Why, you want to go home now?
No.
Did Mama buy you a French fries and Coke?
No.
Tell her to buy you French fries from Chic Shop.
But I'll take it. I only like you to take it.
Oh, stop making mad voice. I don't like mad face. Mad face no good. Come on. I want happy face.
I don't like that.
I want to see happy face.
And stop saying that.
I want to see happy face. Where is your happy face?
Bye. I want your friend.
Tell Mama I want French fries. Tell Mama, where's the French fries? French fries, Coke, chicken tender. Oh, what? Oh, look at Mama. She has a funny face. What happened? She's a teacher? Oh, that's funny. What she's doing? Look at Mama. Oh, that's you. That's funny. Hey, get the French fries. Where's the French fries?
You don't like French fries. I do like French fries. I only like that and I take it.
Come on, buy her some. Get a Coke.
She don't like. She wants some fish and rice.
Okay, whatever. I'm far away. I'm in LaGuardia Airport. If I was in area, I'd pick you up.
Plus my account is so high.
No problem. Come
You
on.
should give her allowance.
Yeah, come on. You're getting $20 a day.
Okay.
Okay.
We gotta go home.
See you later. We love you more. Baba booey. Blah, blah, blah. Love you, Maya.
I want to do some messages.
Messages.
I want to do some messages. Looks like good.
Go back to the city. There's nobody in LaGuardia.
Hey, can we do a message to Dada?
Yeah. It's kind of
I want to
messy.
do a message to Dada now. Oh, I want to do a message to Dada.
Tickery tickery duck. Tickery tickery duck. The clock go round. Tickery tickery duck. Baba booey. Baba booey. Wee wee wee. Oh ho 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 ho. Nasty.
Having a sit down with your kids about the
including with weapons that the United States has supplied. And so myself and many others have said that we ought to halt weapons transfers and sales until that stops.
Are you worried about the message that might send to, for example, Hezbollah in Lebanon and its backer, Iran? Because it's not just the war in Gaza that's taking place at the moment, is it?
No, and part of my concern from the beginning and the concern of many others has been a larger regional war that fires up. But we can't ignore the suffering of what has been mostly women and children in Gaza. 33,000 dead now. The United States has to take a stand against that.
And why do you talk about indiscriminate killing? I mean, do you have evidence for that? Because Israel's been insistent that it doesn't target civilians and it does all that it can to avoid civilian casualties.
Well, I have been on the Intelligence Committee for almost 8 years and on the Foreign Affairs Committee since 2013. And it's not an answer that I take lightly. I've supported Israel throughout my time in Congress, but all the facts lead me to believe that there has been indiscriminate targeting of civilians, both in classified and unclassified settings, and I'm not alone in that assessment.
On the issue of what happened to the World Central Kitchen aid workers, are you satisfied with what has come out so far?
Well, I've seen the statement of Jose Andres, and I know that Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that these things happen in war and that it was a tragedy and so forth. I think you need a full and independent investigation to really determine how this happened. In the meantime, the IDF needs to be very vigilant about not targeting civilians, aid workers, journalists, and others.
I mean, usually it's already sacked some officers, hasn't it?
That's right, and then that was a positive development, but I also don't think that it goes far enough.
And just one final broader thought, looking ahead to November in the election. I mean, how much do you think this will have harmed your party going into that election?
I think that President Biden has acknowledged the tragedy that happened to Israelis because of Hamas's actions. But somebody who is now trying to make sure America leads in getting a ceasefire and getting these parties back to the table. I think President Biden has probably, like others, been very surprised, disheartened, disappointed by how Prime Minister Netanyahu has chosen to conduct this war, and that a lot of the carnage, a lot of the suffering of civilians was just outright unnecessary. And so that's why you've seen him get tougher with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
The Democratic Congressman Joaquin Castro from Texas. Bringing us to the end of this edition of News Hour. From me and the rest of the team, thanks so much for being with us over the past hour. Until the next time, take care. Bye-bye.
Landing zone, landing zone.
WNYC is supported by the Nature Conservancy, working in New York and around the world for a future where people and nature thrive. By caring for nature, a healthier and safer world is possible. Learn more at nature.org/New York. All Things Considered is next. And tomorrow on Morning Edition, hear about the Democrats' strategy to protect Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson in exchange eclipse, we'll look back at our earliest understandings of the celestial show, and after gazing into the sky, we'll head into the woods on a hike with Virginia Senator Tim Kaine and discuss his new book about life outside. Our news headlines are coming up.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Janine Hurst. 6 months after the start of its offensive, Israel's military has withdrawn more ground troops from the southern Gaza Strip, leaving just one brigade. NPR's Rob Schmitz has more.
A spokesperson for Israel's military said it's 90 concluded its mission in the southern Gaza city of Khan Yunis and is left to recuperate and prepare for future operations. One brigade of a few thousand troops will remain. The move comes as Washington pressures Israel to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza, where the Gaza Health Ministry reports more than 33,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israel's offensive. It was unclear whether this withdrawal would delay a long-threatened incursion into the nearby city of Rafah, which Israel's leaders say is needed to eliminate Hamas. Hours after troops withdrew from Khan Yunis, 5 rockets were fired from the area at Israeli communities near the border with Gaza. Israel's military says some of the rockets were intercepted by the Iron Dome defense system, and there were no reports of injuries or damage. Rob Schmitz, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
In New York, state police, public safety, and recreation teams are being deployed ahead of tomorrow's total solar eclipse. And officials say traffic jams and overloaded cell phone systems should be expected in some areas. NPR's Brian Mann has more.
Jackie Bray, who heads New York State's Homeland Security Division, said there should be good eclipse viewing across much of the state.
זאת עוצמה מתפרצת, וחשוב לי שתהיו איתי. היום חזרתי בגדול, וזה רק ההתחלה, חבר'ה. שכרגע סיבה נמצאת בתחנת המשטרה. אני מאוד מקווה שהלילה יהיו בשורות טובות, כי אני הבנתי שהוא אמר כמה מילים קשות שאסור לו להגיד אותם. בואו נראה. אנחנו נעשה את כל הפעולות כדי לנצח. זה נקרא בן אדם שמרגיש שהוא בהיי, שהוא יכול עכשיו לסגור אנשים, לאיים על אנשים. תקשיבו טוב, חבר'ה, הוא חוץ מעליו, הוא לא יכול לפגוע באף אחד. אני מבטיח לכם, ואני נותן לכם מילה, שאני, אחרי השבת שעברתי, ואחרי הכוח שקיבלתי מאיש עסקים ומכם, ואתם צריכים לעזור לי. אתם חייבים לעזור לי. אנחנו ננצח. אנחנו... שנייה, בואו נחסום את מירי מסכנה. ביי מירי, תשארי אצלו. מי שהיה אצלו ויכתוב לי, יקבל בלוק. לא מעניין אותי מה הוא אומר. אני לא מפחד ממסכן. תקשיבו, הבן אדם לא יוצא מהבית. הבן אדם לא יכול לצאת מפתח הבית. מחפשים אותו תלושים ואנשים שהוא עקץ ועבריינים. והמשטרה, כולם מחפשים אותו. בסוף הוא יעצר, חבר'ה. אי אפשר להיות ארס ואבואלי על כולם. אתה דיברת עליי, מנגל. אתה שלחת לשי, מנגל. אתה לא אמרת לי בוקר טוב. תקשיבו, מי זה הבן אדם הזה? תקשיבו טוב, הבן אדם, החוצפן, עם 4 שערות, הסירחון הזה, העביר לי מסרים שהוא מוכן שאני אחזור לטיקטוק, אם אני לא אקבל ביטים. אתם יודעים איך נקראתי? פה הבנתי עם מי אני חי, שאני חי עם בן אדם שיש לו שיגעון, שהוא חושב אם הוא יכול להחליט שאני אחזור או לא. אני לקחתי פסק זמן של 2-3 על דעת עצמי. אף אחד לא, תקשיבו טוב, שי זה הבן אדם הכי לא שחית בעולם. אף אחד לא יכול לסחוט אותי, אף אחד לא יכול לאיים עליי. אני רק משטרה. כל מי שפונה אליי, יש לי הבטחה אישית
פרסונלית, חזקה. אני הולך עם החוק. אני הולך רק עם החוק, תקשיבו טוב חבר'ה, ואני יודע, אני מבטיח לכם, אני יודע שבינתיים לצערי אני לא מצליח לעמוד במילים, אבל הוא יעצר, וביום שהוא יעצר אני אבוא לו מול הפנים, בטח בבית המשפט, אני אזיז את כל השוטרים, אני אסתכל לו בתוך העיניים, אני אגיד לו זה ממני, והוא יקבל הערכת מעצר, והוא יקבל כמה שנים בכלא. אין מקום אחר. חבר'ה, אם אתם תורמים לבן אדם כזה, ואתם עוזרים לבן אדם כזה, שכלל נשים וילדים ומשפיל, חייבים לגמור עם זה, חבר'ה.
אני באה בדף השני, למה פה אני לא יכולה לפתוח מצלמה דקה.
חייבים לגמור עם זה, חבר'ה. אני אומר לכם, חבר'ה, אני עשיתי חשבון נפש של 3 ימים. עשיתי חשבון נפש של 3 ימים. ואני הבנתי שאני לא יכול להפקיר פה עשרות אלפי אנשים. יש לי 1,900 צופים אמיתיים. אני לא מזה שאני לא כמוהו קונה צופים, או מקבל כסף בקומבינה. הוא אומר 100 רכבות, אני אספר לכם סיפור. הוא כל היום מספר מעשיות ושקרים. אנחנו ננצח אותו, חבר'ה. אנחנו היושר, אנחנו עם ישראל חי. אנחנו עם ישראל חי, תבינו. אנחנו עם ישראל חי. ואנחנו ננצח. סיוון, בתחנת המשטרה. סיוון.
כן.
מה אמרו לך שם?
אני מחכה כמה דקות ואני נכנסת לחוקרת על זה שהוא דיבר על הילדה, זה לא יעבור לו בשקט. כי פה נגמר הסיפור. אני פה נשארת, יושבת פה עד שהוא לא נעצר. אני לא מוותרת הפעם.
תקשיבו, לבן אדם יש צו, עשינו את כל הפעולות מול המשטרה ומול בית המשפט. אם היום הוא לא נעצר על מה שהוא דיבר על הילדה, אני אומר לכם חבר'ה, אני בסוף אעשה שביתת רעב מול משטרת רמלה, ואני אשב שם היום בלילה. אם הוא עובד עם המשטרה, לא יכול להיות שהוא לא יעצר על זה שהוא מפר פה חוקים. הוא הוציא עכשיו קטינה בזמן שאסור לו, והשופטת כתבה בצורה ברורה שאסור לו לדבר על קטינה. בוא נראה, אני מקווה שהיום הוא יבלט הלילה בתא המעצר.
אני גם מקווה מאוד, כי עד הילדים. אני שמחה שהוא נפל לזה.
ואומר דברים, אתם יודעים, יש גבולות. אפשר לעשות כל מה שצריך. סיוון כרגע נכנסת לתחנה. אנחנו נלך איתו עד הסוף, תקשיבו טוב. אי אפשר לדבר על ילדים, אי אפשר. הוא דיבר על סיוון, אני דיברתי על אשתו. הוא דיבר על זה, ההבדל בינינו שאנחנו הוצאנו לו צו הטרדה מאיימת בצו הרחקה. הוא משחק אותה שהוא לא הולך למשטרה, שילך למשטרה, שיוציא לי צו הטרדה מאיימת, אני לא אדבר. אני לא רוצה לדבר, חבר'ה, זה לא הרמה שלי. אבל אין לנו ברירה אחרת. אין לנו ברירה אחרת. אנחנו חייבים לנצח את הרוע. הנה עוד חבר עשה לי העברה. תודה רבה אח שלי היקר, אני לא אגיד את השם. אני לא אגיד, כן סיוון, תשבי שם, תקשיבי טוב. תשבי על הרצפה, תגידי, אני לא מתפנה מפה עד שהוא לא נעצר. החיים של הילדה שלי בסכנה. הבן אדם מוציא קטינה. הבן אדם, את החיים שלך מסכן. תקשיבי טוב, תשבי על הרצפה שם, תגידי להם... אנחנו בניגוד גם תריטת, אבל על הילדה שיעצר, תשבי שם על הרצפה.
אני גם מחר הולכת
החיים שלנו בסכנה, יש פה קטינים.
אני מחר גם הולכת למשהו של הילדים, שגם להגיש שם תלונה, אמרו לי.
אי אפשר, חבר'ה, הבן אדם הזה משגע מדינה שלמה, בקללות, באיומים. אתם שולחים לו עוד מתנות, תמשיכו לתמוך בו. תתביישו לכם, צריכים להתבייש.
היום אני יושבת פה, גם אני צריך לישון פה, אני ישנה פה. אני לא הולכת הביתה עד שלא נסיים.
תגיד לך, באש ובמים, כל הכבוד לך. את לא עוזבת את התחנה, תגידי להם, תקשיבו טוב.
שום דבר.
אני דיברתי על אשתו כמו שהוא דיבר על סיוון. אני מבחינתי, אם הוא היה גבר, לפחות הוא היה עושה הסכם של המינימום, שידבר עליי, אני לא רואה אותו ממטר, שלא ידבר לא על האישה, אסור לו גם. אסור לו, יש חוקים. יש חוקים במדינה הזאת. מה הוא מעל החוק? מה הוא הבן של המפכ"ל? הוא הבן של בן גביר? הוא חייב להיעצר היום. הוא דיבר על קטינה, אמר דברים שהם לא הגיוניים. חבר'ה, אי אפשר לשתוק. באמת, חבר'ה, איפה משטרת ישראל?
בדיוק גם על הילדה, שזה יכול לפגוע בה בבית ספר, הכל. מחר הכל מתערבים, כולם מתערבים.
לא יעצר הלילה. אני הולך לעשות שביתת רעב מול משטרת רמלה. אני הבטחתי לכם הרבה צעדים שהם מזעזעים, אנשים לקחו את זה לכל מיני מקומות. אני אשב מול הכניסה לתחנת משטרת...
כן, אבל שי, אתה לא נותן לי להגיד משהו אחד קטן. אני חייבת להגיד שזה גם יכול לפגוע על הילדה, שזה נזק מאוד רציני מה שהוא עושה לה ברשת, שפה מחר אני גם הולכת למשהו של הילדים, שכחתי איך קוראים לזה, שי, ששומרים על הילדים. בדיוק, רציתי להגיד, מחר אני הולכת לשם, וגם שם יטפלו בעניין הזה חמור מאוד, לא הולכים להעביר את זה בשקט. אני הולכת עד הסוף.
אומר על הילדה, הקלטה אצלך?
כן, הכל מוקלט אצלי, כן, הוא אמר את השם שלה, הכל.
אני רוצה שישמעו. עכשיו ישמע, ותגידי לו, גם מבעלך, מהבן זוג שלך, שאני אבא של הילדה הזאת.
ברור,
שאני רוצה להבין איפה היא יעצור.
איפה היא יעצור? עכשיו, שי, תעצור שנייה.
מה הם רוצים שתרפו עצור?
שי, דקה, תן לי לדבר. גם אם הוא ישלח צד שלישי עכשיו להתקשר, להתחנן ולבכות לי על החיים שלו, כמו שהוא עשה פעם שעברה שוויתרתי כי כאב לי, הוא בכה, הפעם אני לא מרחמת, הוא הלך לצד שלישי, חיבדתי את הצד השלישי שבא וביקש ממני יפה, חיבדתי, הפעם אני לא מכבדת אף אחד. הפעם זה עד הסוף, עד הסוף.
סיוון גם מחלה על כבודה הרבה פעמים, אבל על הכבוד של הילדים שלנו.
שום דבר.
אנחנו נילחם על כל האמת, כי תקשיבו טוב, הטיקטוק הזה אפשר לצחוק, אפשר לריב, אפשר להתפרנס, אבל הבן אדם החולני, הנרקומן הזה, בשם הפרנסה, בשם הרמאות שלו, הוא מוכן למכור את אמא שלו ואת כל העולם כדי להתפרנס. הוא משקר פה מדינה שלמה.
לא, גם הקטע הכי הזוי שהוא עושה כסף על הילדים שלנו, הוא מדבר על הילדים.
מה?
שהוא עושה כסף, שהוא מבקש רכבות כדי לפתוח על הילדים שלנו, עלינו, תבין איזה גורל.
מי שתומך בבן אדם כזה, הוא
שי, אתה יודע מה טוב? אני כן יכולה לדבר, הוא לא יכול לדבר עליי, כי הוא לא בא לבית משפט, הבנת? איזה חזק זה?
לא, אנחנו גם לא.
אבל אני גם לא מדברת, אתה מכיר אותי, אני כבר לא במקור הזה.
אני בכלל לא רוצה לדבר על הנרקומן. אני לא רוצה לדבר על הנרקומן, זה לא הרמה שלנו.
אני גם לא, זה לא רמה שלנו.
אני רוצה לדבר על ביבי, אני רוצה לדבר על אנשים שלי. אני רוצה לדבר עם יד, עם ערבי ולא עם... ולא עם הנרקומן. אני מעדיף את יד, תבינו, תראו לאיזה מצב הגענו. אני מעדיף את יד ולא את הנרקומן הזה.
אבל גם אני מעדיפה את יד ולא אותו.
הוא רע מהנשמה שלו, הוא רע. הוא רע מהנשמה שלו, זה בן אדם שחשב. תקשיבו.
זהו, שי, נראה לי שהפעם זה נגמר לו, כי זה קשור לילדה פה כבר, זה הבית משפט, נראה לי שנגמר לו הפעם.
תראי להם את הצו שאסור לו לדבר עליי.
הכל אני מראה. הכל, קודם כל, אתה יודע מה טוב שהוא יוציא את השם של הילדה, שזה מעולה, אני חיכיתי שהוא יוציא את השם של הילדה, שזה מעולה.
אם לא נעצר הלילה, אני מחר...
אני לא זזה מפה, עד שאני לא שמעת שהוא נעצר, אני לא זזה.
תקשיבו חבר'ה, מחר, אולי אני אצטרך שתבואו איתי מול תחנת משטרת רמלה. אני רוצה לעשות הפגנה, אני מבקש הפגנה חוקית כמובן. אני רוצה להבין למה הבן אדם הזה לא נעצר, שהוא מאיים עליי ברצח. אח שלו מאיים עליי ברצח.
אבל גם היום הוא איים עליך, אתה יודע.
התומכים שלי. אמא שלו מאיימת על תומכים שלי. זה משפחת פשע עלובה, שחושבים שמנהלים פה מדינה שלמה, ואתם עוד מממנים אותם. תמשיכו לממן אותם. תמשיכו, הוא ניצח אותי 3 ימים, מעכשיו אני נצח אותו עד הסוף. עד הסוף. אני אומר לכם, אני הולך עם הצדק. אני הולך עם הצדק. אם הייתי הבן אדם הרע בתמונה, אל תהיו איתי. אבל אני מעולם לא קיללתי אותו, לא את אשתו, לא דיברתי. הבן אדם לא עוזב. הבן אדם לא עוזב אותנו. לא עוזב אותנו, זה אובססיבי ברמה מפחידה.
לגמרי, זה כבר מפחיד אותי, האובססיביות שלו אליך.
כדי לקבל כסף, אבל כל הכסף הזה ילך לו לעורכי דין, וילך לו רק לדברים רעים בעזרת השם.
בטח, על הילדה אני לא הולכת לשתות. שהוא דיבר על הילדה, הוא פוגע בה מבחינת הבית ספר. הילדה כבר הייתה אצל יועצת. זה הולך להיות מאוד חמור, כבר יש לנו את הכל מוכן, היינו בשקט כמה ימים אם שמתם לב. הכל הולך...
אמרנו אולי, תקשיבו טוב, חשבנו אולי יהיה שקט, בוא נעשה איזה הסכם שלום. אני לא רוצה עסק איתו. הכל בסדר, אל תדאגי, ברור. ברור, אף אחד לא רואה את הדברים האלה. אני רוצה להגיד לכם דבר אחד, חבר'ה, תקשיבו טוב. אני, בסופו של יום, חזרתי, ואתם, 2,300 צופים, אומרים כן לשי מנעול. אתם אומרים כן...
אוי, הנוקמת.
מה?
לא, לוחמת שאלה אם לבוא אליי, אמרתי להם היא רוצה שתבוא.
אתם אומרים כן לשי מלול, אתם אומרים כן לצדק. אני, ישראל הוא החמאס. עכשיו אתם צריכים לבחור צד. אתם צריכים, אל תפחדו מהאיומים שלו. הוא על כל אחד מאיים, תקשיבו, זה בסוף נרקומן. אחד שלא אומר לו שלום, אני פותח עליך מנגל. אחד ששולח לי מרד, מי זה הבן אדם הזה? על מה אתם מפחדים? זה בן אדם שהוא מפעיל מהבוטים, שאתם מקבלים הודעות. חבר'ה, תקשיבו טוב. אם אנחנו ניתן לרוע הזה לנצח, ואני, אתם יודעים, המזל שלי ושלכם, שבמוצא שאיש עסקים גדול מאוד במדינה שגר במגדלי יו, קרא לי יד הבית, הביא לי גיפט קארד, אמר לי לך לפקטורי, תקנה לך חולצות של קלווין קליין, תבוא לשידור חגיגי, ואתה חוזר, אני הגב שלך. עכשיו אני אומר לכם, אני כמעט עצרתי, לא מהפחד ממנו, מזה שכבר נגעלתי מהטיקטוק, אבל אני מבטיח לכם, שעכשיו שאמרתם לי כן בגדול, 2,300 צופים, אומרים כן לשי מלול, אני בחיים לא יצא לי פה. על אפו ועל חמתו ועל כל מי שיש לו.
שי מה הכי מצחיק? הוא יהיה מלחץ עם טיקטוק, אבל הקטע הוא לא יוצא מהחדר שלו. זה הכי מצחיק. הוא לא מסוגל לצאת.
אנחנו ננצח כי אנחנו הטובים. אם הייתי רע, אם הייתי מאמר, נרקומן, מסומם, עוקץ, אל תהיו איתי, חבר'ה, אני בן אדם אין לי תיק פלילי אחד. מה אני רוצה, חבר'ה? באמת, מה אני רוצה? למחוק את החובות שלי.
שי עכשיו מה הכי מצחיק? הוא ילך לדבר, אבל הוא התחיל. ויש לנו הוכחות חצי שנה לפני שהוא התחיל איתך כל הזמן.
בוא נגיד, כי ההבדל ביני לבינו של הוא לא הוציא לי צו הרחקה והטרדה מאיימת.
עוד משהו, השוטר אמר לי שזה אירוע מאוד חריג שתדע רק. עכשיו השוטר אמר לי את זה גם, שכחתי להגיד לך, שזה אירוע מאוד חריג.
ותעדכני אותי פה בלייב, אני אעלה אותה.
כן, איך שאני מסיימת, החוקרת אמרה לי כמה דקות, ואני נכנסת, ואז אנחנו נתחיל. יאללה, ביי ממש.
חברים, תקשיבו טוב, אתם צריכים להבין. יש פה חצייה של קווים אדומים. יש פה חצייה של קווים אדומים, שאם אנחנו נשתוק וניכנע להם, וואלה, הטיקטוק הלך לאיבוד. הטיקטוק הלך לאיבוד, חבר'ה. אנחנו לא יכולים להיכנע לרוע ולטרור הזה שהוא... כל מיני דברים. הנה, אני רוצה להעלות את יואב שיינר. הוא הפיץ. אני אשמח מאוד אם אתה עשי לי עכשיו סולחה איתו, למרות שהוא דיבר עלייך מילים מאוד קשות. אני כמובן לא אגיד מה ומי. אני לא מוכן לסלוח לו. אבל אם את תהיי מעורבת, אני איתך. אני מוכן לעשות שלום עם כולם. היום חוץ מהנרקומן, עכשיו אני מדבר פה עם מישהי בקהל, שאני רואה בה אחות אמיתית. אחות אמיתית. ואם כן, אני איתך. מה שתגידי לי אני אעשה. אני צריך היום לנצח. אני מדבר פה על איזה מישהי שהיא באמת הנרקומן, כי תקשיבו טוב, הבן אדם הזה, ההבדל בינו לבין כולם, זה שהוא פגע בילדה שלי, פוגע בבן שלי, פוגע בכל העולם. זה בן אדם שעושה, אתם צודקים, לא, סינמר לא, אני מסערת רגשות, סליחה. לא, ממש לא. סינמר שאלוהים ייקח אותו, סליחה. אני פשוט בסערת רגשות, אתם צריכים להבין, ברגע שהוא מדבר על הילדים שלי, יש איזה קו אדום שאנחנו צריכים לדעת לעצור אותו. יש איזה קו אדום שאני חייב. הוא לא יכול לדבר. חוק, תקשיבו, אנחנו במדינת חוק. לפעמים אני חושב, אני אומר, בואי נה, באמת, הוא בסוף, כולם אומרים לי שהוא מלשן ועובד עם המשטרה. אין עלייך, אחות שלי. אין עלייך. כן, תקשיבו טוב. הוא מחק, זה לא יעזור לו, הכל מצולם. הבן אדם הוא מסוכן. עכשיו אתם צריכים להבין, בן אדם שהוא אובססיבי, הוא הופך להיות מסוכן. עכשיו אני לא רואה אותו ממטר. אני מוכן, אמרתי לכם, שי מלול מוכן לשלם בחייו ובהכל בשביל הצדק. אני מוכן לשלם בחיי, עד כדי כך, תקשיבו, זהו, אני החלטתי, אני הולך איתו עד הסוף. אני אלחם, ואני אנצח בבית משפט, ואני אעשה שביתת רעב, תקשיבו טוב, אני אעשה שביתת רעב. וואלה, דודי שמש, אתה אמרת ואתה צודק, אחי, אני חשבתי בהתחלה שזה הזוי, אבל הוא מלשן. אני אומר לכם, אני אפתח בשביתת רעב מול משטרת רמלה, אני אקשור את עצמי באזיקים, אני לא צוחק, ואני אשב שם יום בלילה, כן, דודי שמש, וואלה אחי, אתה סופר גבר, הוא יכול לצחצח לך את הנעליים הסמרטוט הזה. הוא לא יודע מי אתה. אני פגשתי את דודי שמש, תקשיבו טוב, זה גברי ברמות הכי גבוהות. אני לפחות, תקשיבו טוב, אני איש חוק, אני עובד עם המשטרה. מותר לי, אני לא עבריין, אני מתלונן סדרתי, כל מי שמפריע לי בחיים, אני מתלונן. ככה צריך להיות, חבר'ה, אותי לא לימדו עכשיו לבוא ולאיים, לבוא אני אביא עבריינים, לא בנוי לזה, לא רוצה את זה. אבל הוא שהוא משחק אותי, אני מתחיל להאמין שהרבה אנשים אומרים לי שהוא שוטר, ובגלל זה הוא לא נעצר, לא יעזור לו ברגע שהוא הוציא את הבת שלי. אם הוא לא נעצר הלילה, אני מחר פותח בשביתת רעב, בשידור חי, אני אשב כל היום בלייב, מול תחנת משטרת רמלה, ונגיד להם, חבר'ה, אתם תעצרו, תביאו לי פה את מפקד התחנה, הבן אדם הזה רוצה לרצוח אותי, הוא אומר את זה בגלוי, הוא אומר שהוא ייתן לי להקיא דם, הוא אומר ככה, אח שלו, שמשחק אותה גם איזה ראש ארגון, אח שלו יהודה אמזלף מתקשר אליי, אני יודע את הכתובת, אני בא עכשיו, אני רוצח אותך. מה קורה? או האמא שלהם, תראו את המחלת נפש, אמא שלהם שולחת איומים לתומכים שלי. מה זה המדינה הזאת? מה, תגידו, מה זאת המדינה הזאת? אני אומר לכם, חבר'ה, עכשיו אני מדבר בקול רגוע, אני צוחק, אני לא בוכה. אני מבסוט כי עומדים מאחריי 2,000 אנשים, ועומד אחריי בן אדם שמממן אותי בתלבושות, ויש פה אנשים שנותנים לי ביטים, ובאחת בלילה נפתח את הטופ, אתם תיתנו לי פה אהבה במתנות ולא מפחדים. לא אתם רוצים במישהו נסתר, אני רוצה הראיות יוניברסים היום. אני רוצה לחזור על כל מה שלא קיבלתי ב3 ימים, תנו לי להתפרנס, חבר'ה. מגיע לי להתפרנס. תאמינו לי, אני הטוב בסיפור, אני מת לגמור את החובות שלי. אני מתחנן אליכם, הנה, אני לא הנרקומן שמשחק אותה בחייו ים כסף. יש לי חלום כל יום לקבל את היומית שלי, לשלם ל-X, ל-Y, לשלם להם את החובות. נשבע לכם, בילדים שלי, הלוואי והייתי גומר. אני לא יודע למה יואב שיינר לא עונה לי, אני מבקש שהוא יעלה. אנשים אומרים שסיימתי את החובות. יואב שיינר, בוא תעלה בבקשה, האיש שמטפל לי בחובות. תגיד... שיינר לא עובד בחינם גם עם חברים. הוא אמר שהוא באירוע, הבנתי. שיינר יעלה ויגיד את האמת, שאני, לצערי, הלוואי והייתי גומר את החובות. הלוואי והייתי גומר את החובות. אתם חושבים, בא לי לשבת פה כמו איזה מסכן? ביום שאני אגמור את החובות, אני אגיד לכם, חבר'ה, עכשיו זה רק לפרנסה. למה, מה, אני מרמה פה מישהו? או כמו שאמר הנרקומן, שי היה במלון באילת. אני לא הייתי בפתח תקווה, ובמוצא שהייתי במגדלי יו אצל אחד העשירים במדינה. לא נתן לי כסף. הוא עוזר לי בגיפט קארד, לעשות קניות, לקנות בגדים. אני לא מתבייש, חבר'ה, אני לא נזקק, אבל אני עובד פה. אני לא מקבץ נדבות, אני עובד פה. זה התפקיד שלי, לתת לכם שואו, ואתם, כל מי שיכול, שיעזור לי. זה לא בושה. אני רוצה לסגור את החובות שלי. היה לי 900,000 שקל חובות, חבר'ה, הייתי זרוק מת. מחקתי כבר 500,000 שקל בכסף חי, לא בצ'קים ולא בכסף חי, שילמתי 500,000 שקל. נשבע לכם בילדים שלי, בהצלחה שלי. 500,000 שקל כבר שולם. נשאר לי. אם אנחנו קצת נצליח לקזז ולהוריד אנשים 250,000-300,000, סיימתי. עברתי פשיטת רגל, עברתי קשיים. מה לעשות? איך הגעתי? צרות. אלוהים נתן לי כל מיני דברים, אבל הוא גם נותן לי את הטוב. ברוך השם, הוא נותן לי גם את הטוב. תאמינו לי, חבר'ה, עברתי בוויקנד הזה כל כך הרבה קושי, ועברתי כל כך הרבה רוע, אבל תדעו לכם שאתם, אתם הנשמה. אתם הנשמה, אתם התגעגעתם אליו. אנה, תעיפו את העוקב על עוקב. איפה כל המנחים שלי? מה אני צריך לנהל עם איזה מסכן פה? אני רוצה להגיד לכם שאתם התגעגעתם אליי, אתם שדאגתם לי, אנשים ברחו, ראו אותי שבור. באמת הייתי שבוע, אבל אחרי זה אמרתי, בוא'נה, אתה נותן לנרקומן לנצח. אתם יודעים איפה נפל לי האסימון? שהבן אדם שלח לי שליחים, ואומר, אני מוכן שהוא יחזור לטיקטוק אם הוא לא יבקש ביטים. פה אמרתי, בוא'נה, שי, תקשיב, אתה מתעסק עם בן אדם חולה נפש. הבן אדם באמת מאמין שהוא יכול להחליט לי מה לעשות בחיים. אותי לא סוחטים, אדון נרקומן. זה עוד סחיטה בשרשרת הסחיטות שלך. הוא מעז להגיד, הוא רוצה לחזור שלא יבקש ביטים, כאילו הוא שותף איתי, אני שותף איתו, שיקח מה שהוא רוצה, אני אקח ביטים, ומזומן, והכל כמובן עם חשבוניות, בפייפל, במתנות, הכל אני אקח. אבל אני לפחות לא עוקץ אנשים, אני לא מרמה. אני אומר, חבר'ה, אתם עוזרים פה ליהודי לפני פסח, אני רוצה לסגור את החובות שלי, אני רוצה לצאת מעבדות לחירות. יש לי חלום ענק, לצאת מעבדות לחירות. אני רוצה לקום בבוקר ולנשום אוויר, להגיד, וואלה, איזה כיף, אבא, אני לא חייב כסף לאף אחד. לא רוצה להיות עשיר מופלג, כנראה אני לא אהיה עשיר בחיי.
Times Square. After Times Square, Whole Food, one tomato. It's about 10-20 minutes. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around.
אני רואה שיירה אחריו שבנשים קוטפים שסק עם הגפיים.
כפרה עליך, אחי, מה אתה רוצה שאני אעשה? מה אתה רוצה שאני אעשה כפרה עליך? לא עושה לך למשטרה? מה עשינו לכם? פגענו בה? התקרבנו אליה? מישהו עשה לה משהו? אני בכלל יודע איפה היא גרה, באיזה בלוק. היא מבלה במשטרה יום-יום, לא טוב לה בבית. ככה מתנהג בן אדם שלא טוב לו בבית, חברים. בן אדם שרע לו בבית, מחפש לאן לברוח. הבנתם?
אני מפרגן לו, אני נותן לו מנחה, אני פעם אחת לא העליתי אותו טוב ביי, הזבל חסם אותי ויצא מהקבוצה. למה, אריק? למה? מי זה דימה הוא בא?
כן, כי חופרת, אין לי כוח.
מה היא אמרה לך?
עושה לי ככה.
אין לי כוח.
שי, זה בלי בכוונה, זה כאילו חשבתי ששברת אותי.
אריק, תקשיב, אני מוכן לעשות איתך הסכם. הבעיה היא שאתה בן אדם, אתה לא גבר בסוף. אני הרי, מי אומר לך בוא לסרט? מה זה מעריך? מה אנחנו עכשיו בחנות למוצרי חשמל, כבל מעריך? מה אתה תעריך אותי? באמת, אריק, למה אתה עושה? אתה גם ככה רואה אותי בתקופה רעה. מה הרגשת שלא פתחתי 3 ימים לייב? איך עבר עליך?
קשה, בזה.
לא, תגיד, אבל אמרו לי שעלית, אמרתי לך לא לעלות עם אור נגר, אל תעלה איתה, זאת שטן.
אבל אני לא מדבר עליך,
לא, אל תעלה איתה, לא עולים איתה. האישה הזאת באה פוגעת בי. ממציאה עליי שקרים, היא עדיין ממשיכה. האובססיבית הזאת.
זהו, אני נותן מילה שאני לא, היום פותחים לי את הלייב, ואני לא, יותר לא...
לך עליי?
ב1:45, משהו כזה, 1, השאלה אם זה בצהריים או בלילה.
מה רשום לך? איזה שעה?
השאלה אם זה שעון ישראל או
שעון קיץ או חורף? אריק, תראה לי את החוטים, אריק. בוא'נה, עוד יותר בלגן. לא, תזיז עוד טיפה. וואו, תחזור לחוטים. אבל תעשה זום אאוט. יואו, מה זה קולה ובלוגה?
כן, קניתי בלוגה.
אין על בלוגה, גם אני מת על בלוגה, הרי.
קניתי את הריצות.
אתה רוצה אני ואתה נשתה בלוגה, הרי?
כן, בכיף, למה לא?
מה תעשה לי, הרי?
אני מאבז.
תראה לי את הנעלי בית, הרי. לא, עם איזה נעליים אתה? תראה את הרגל.
לא, הם לא עליי.
הבנתי.
קיבלתי בצהריים הודעה שכאילו אמרת לי מנחה.
ברור, אני מוריד לך מכל מקום עד שתהיה בן אדם.
שי, שנשמע לך, זה לא אומר שאני לא אוהב אותך באמת, אבל זה לא קשור למנחה, עזוב, אני אוהב אותך באמת.
הבנתי. תגיד רגע, אריק, מה חדש?
וואלה, בסדר.
התגעגעת אליי שלא פתחתי לייב, ומה אמרו עליי?
חיפשו אותך.
מה אמרו עליי?
שאלו איפה אתה וחיפשו אותך.
מה אמרת שלא הייתי, שאיפה הייתי?
בפסק זמן.
אנחנו לא בצד של הפשע, אנחנו פה אנשי נשק. אנחנו באים פה
See you tomorrow. Peace and love. One tomato place. Peace and love. See you tomorrow. Time to go home. Thank you, everybody. Whole food. One tomato. See you tomorrow. Peace and love. Peace and love.